Не було висобового плану.
Dolga stoletja se je obračal na nas svojo besedo, o polnosti časov pa je Bog spregovoril po Sinu, ki je kratka beseda. Ta beseda je postala meso v Jezusu Kristusu in v sebi povzela celotno razodetje. Bog je ljubezen. Blaženi cistercijan Gverik o Patvigniju je zapisal: on je okrajšana beseda, v njej je izpolnitev vsake besede odrešenja, kajti on je beseda, ki sama po sebi izpolnjuje in povzema Božji načrt. Ne sme nas presenetiti, če je beseda za nas povzela vse preroške besede, ker je želela skrajšati sporočilo in na neki način postati majhna. Okrajšanje Božje besede se sklada s Frančiškom in njegovimi brati, ki so postali majhni. Slog frančiškanskega oznanjevanja je v tem, da postanemo majhni, to je najmanjši, tako kot verbum abbreviatum. Verjetno tudi ni naključje, da Bonaventurovo izjemno sintezno delo, v katerem povzema celotno teologijo, ki sicer ni prav nič kratko, imenujemo brevilokvijo. Frančišek je potrjeno vodilo končal le nekaj tednov pred tem, ko je v Greču na sloviti način obhajal božični praznik in prvič v zgodovini postavil jaslice. Tomaž Čelanski v Vita Prima pri tem opisuje, kako je asiški obožec ob vsakokratnem izgovarjanju imena betlehemski otrok z ustnicami okušal vso sladkost teh besed. Ob začetku te konference izrekam priznanje in zahvalo organizatorjem, predvsem pa vsem sodelujočim želim, da bi tekom dneva, tudi preko učenja svetega Bonaventura, okusili nekaj te sladkosti okrajšane besede. In chapter 9 of Regula Bollata, St. Francis instructed his brothers who preaches to use few words, to preach with short speeches, because the Lord also spoke briefly on earth. All this does not sound very encouraging as an introduction to an international scientific conference, which is often characterized by a multiplicity of words. But St. Bonaventure himself comes to meet us here. In his exposition of Francis Regula, Bonaventure does not so much apply this injunction of chapter 9 to the short sermons themselves, since Christ also spoke at length on several occasions, but instead by verbum abbreviatum is meant above all the incarnate word, Jesus Christ. In the past, God spoke in many times and in varied ways through the prophets. His word has reached out for centuries. Now instead, God speaks through the Son, who is a brief word. This word becomes flesh in Jesus and sums up all revelation in itself. God is love. Garrick of Igny, a Cistercian monk, writes, he is abridged word in such a way that the fulfillment of every word of salvation is found in it, for he is the word which itself accomplishes and sums up God's plan. We must not be surprised if the word has summed up all prophetic words for us, seeing that the word wanted to abbreviate the message and in a way make itself small. Shrinking God's word corresponds to Francis and his brothers making themselves small. The style of Franciscan proclamation will be that of making ourselves minor, that is, the least, as did the verbum abbreviatum. It is probably also no coincidence that Bonaventure's remarkable synthesis of the whole of his theology, which is by no means short, is called the Breviloquium, the brief discourse. Francis finished the Regula Bollata just a few weeks before he celebrated the feast of Christmas in Grecia in a solemn way, setting up a nativity scene for the first time in history. In Vita Prima, Thomas of Celano describes how the poor man of Assisi Every time he pronounced the name Child of Bethlehem, tasted with his lips all the sweetness of the words. At the beginning of this conference, I expressed my appreciation and thanks to the organizers, and above all, I wish that all the participants may taste during the course of the day, also through the teachings of St. Bonaventure, some of this sweetness of the abbreviated word, verbum abbreviatum.
Hvala lepa. Pa povabim naprej za pozdravljeni nagovor spoštovano novo dekanjo Filozofske fakultete Univerze v Ljubljani, profesorico doktorico Mojco Šlamberger-Brezar.
Spoštovani organizatorji konference, veliki kancler in metropolit Stanislav Zore, profesor dr. Janez Vodičar, dekan Teološke fakultete, direktor kolegija svetega Bonaventure iz Rima William Short, frančiškanski provincial Marjan Čuden, spoštovani referenti, udeleženci konference, spoštovani gostje. V čast mi je, da vas na konferenci o svetem Bonaventuri pozdravim še v imenu Filozofske fakultete v Ljubljani. In veseli me, da je ta konferenca organizirana v živo, da prelomimo dolgo zaprtje, ki nas je težilo in si damo nov zagon v naših pedagoških in znanstvenih raziskovanjih. May I greet you all and welcome you on behalf of the Faculty of Arts of Ljubljana University. It is with a great interest that I read the program of your conference, touching questions of theology, philosophy, history, and even translation. In epidemic conditions, after nearly 2 years of lockdown, we all appreciate the possibility of meeting here in public, not virtually. We are going through strange times, facing new reality. We find it obvious to say that the harmony of our world is disrupted. And in those speculations, we can easily draw parallels with the time of Saint Bonaventura, the time at the turn of High and Late Middle Ages. In this time, it was easy to speculate that the harmony of the world was disrupted, at least in the world that would be wanted in the minds of the medieval population by a creator deity of the world. Kings were opposed to kings, the emperor was standing against the Pope against clergymen, clergymen against clergymen, feudal lords against feudal lords were opposed to peasants, peasants were opposed to everybody. Within the three orders of society, triplex status mundi, in which the clergymen, oratores, would pray, the knights, bellatores, fight in just fights, and laboratorias, peasants, would work hard. The link of harmony, vinculum concordiae, connecting the orders to God and between them, empowering them, was broken. The prayer was not sincere, the battle unjust, the work done badly without eagerness. Nobody knew or did not want to know what was good and right. And at that time comes the mystic Saint Bonaventura, committed to good and right, a determined witness of God's good and right, as witnesses the choice of his name, Bonaventura, the man of good faith. Dante puts him into Ciclo Quattro, where blessed scholars dwell forever, and holds his striving for good and profane word and right in the word of faith, Bonaventura lives. The enlightenment that is based on the knowledge and faith is the guarantee for the harmony of the world. Or, if we put it into the words of Saint Bonaventura, therefore, he who is not brightened but such splendors of created things is blind. He who does not awake at such clamors is deaf. And who does not praise God on account of these effects is mute. He who does not turn toward the first principles on account of such indications is stupid. Today, it is no more possible to expect our world to be harmonic again, and the harmony induced by God's right or right of the church, which was still possible in the times of Saint Bonaventura. but think that a good and the right world is not possible today would be bad faith. Let us hope that it is still possible, even if it is not tuned in harmony and enlightenment, but in discord of enlightenments about the world and about what is right and what is wrong. In these discords, where they are tuned in with good and right in the world, and anybody of us, we can see the beauty of the world, the living light of Bonaventura, of Bagnorea, so dear to Dante. Io son la vita di Bonaventura da Bagnoregio, che ne e grandi office sempre posposi la sinistra pora. I'm the living light of Bonaventura, of Bagnorea. In high offices, I always put the left-hand interests last. Let this light lead your conference. Želim vam uspešno konferenco.
Hvala lepa, gospa dekanja. Pa še dekan Teološke fakultete, profesor dr. Janez Vodičar.
Spoštovane udeleženke, spoštovani udeleženci mednarodne konference o svetem Bonaventuri, dovolite mi, da najprej v imenu Teološke fakultete Univerze v Ljubljani pozdravim našega velikega kanclerja, nadškofa in metropolita Stanislava Zoreta, dekanjo Filozofske fakultete, profesorico Mojco Šlamberger-Brezer in frančiškanskega provincijala patra Marjana Čudna. Tako Filozofska fakulteta kot frančiškanska provinca sta soorganizatorki skupaj s kolegijem svetega Bonaventure, zato iskreno pozdravljam tudi njegovega direktorja, brata Viljama Šorta. Vesel sem, da je ta mednarodna konferenca ob obletnici rojstva svetega Bonaventure prav v času, ko se človeštvo sooča s težavami soočanja s pandemijo. Bolj kot bolezen nas pretresa nerazumevanja, izgubljenost, nemoč in pomanjkanje solidarnosti. Vzroke je lahko iskati, težje je najti odgovore. Sinovi asiškega ubožca so vedeli, da človek bolj živi od hotenja, doživljanja, kot le od pameti. Sam sveti Bonaventure je zapisal, navajam, najboljši način za spoznanje Boga je izkušnja sladkosti. Ta je bolj popolna, odlična in navdušujoča kot razumsko raziskovanje. Tega nam primanjkuje tudi danes. Še kako smo potrebni izkustva veselje do življenja v preprostosti vsakdanjega preživljanja. Naj nas misel, ki se napaja v izviru srednjeveške Frančiškove duhovnosti, vodi tudi danes, da bomo zmogli vedno več čudenja in veselja. Želim vam uspešno delo. Dear participants of the International Conference of St. Bonaventure, first of all, on behalf of the Faculty of Theology of the University of Ljubljana, allow me to welcome our Grand Chancellor, Archbishop and Metropolitan Stanislav Zore, the Dean of the Faculty of Arts of the University of Ljubljana, Professor Dr. Mojca Šlamberger-Brezer, and the Franciscan Provincial Father Marian Čuden. Both the Faculty of Arts and the Franciscan Province are co-organizers with the College of St. Bonaventure, and I extend a warm welcome to its director, Brother William Short. I am delighted that this international conference on the anniversary of the birth of St. Bonaventure is taking place at a time when humanity is facing the difficulties of coping with the pandemic. More than the disease, it is the lack of understanding, the sense of loss, the sense of powerlessness, and the lack of solidarity that are shaking us. It is easy to look for causes, but it's harder to find answers. The sons of the poor man of Assisi knew that man lives more by desire, by experience, than by reason alone. St. Bonaventure himself wrote, I quote, "The best way to know God is the experience of sweetness. This is more perfect, excellent, and delightful than true rational inquiry. This is what we lack today. How much more are we in need of experiencing the joy of living in the simplicity of everyday life? May this thought, which is fed by the wellspring of the medieval spirituality of St. Francis, Guide us today so that we may be able to wonder and rejoice more and more. I wish you success in your work.
Hvala lepa za vaše besede, pa še zadnji pozdravni nagovor, k njemu vabim spoštovanega provincialnega ministra Slovenske frančiškanske province Svetega Križa, patra Marjana Čudna.
Vse vas prav prisrčno pozdravljam z besedami svetega Frančiška, mir in dobro, pax et bonum. Dobrodošli tukaj v Ljubljani, v prestolnici Republike Slovenije, na ozemlju, v katere so manjši bratje prišli ravno nekje v času, ko je sveti Bonaventura, takrat še Giovanni di Fidanza, začenjal študijo v Parizu. Na naših tleh ima prisotnost Frančiškovega duhovnega žara in misli, torej globoke temelje, na kar smo ponosni. Za manjše brate ima življenje vedno prednost pred mislijo. Šele iz pristnega skupnega življenja se razvije tudi misel, ki to življenje odseva in ga nazaj plemeniti. Tako je asiški obožec sveti Frančišek sobratu Antonu Padovanskemu napisal znane besede. Ljubo mi je, da brate poučuješ sveto teologijo, če le pri tem poslu ne ugašaš duha molitve in pobožnosti, kakor je zapisano v vodilu. V tem duhu tudi razumemo svetega Bonaventura, za katerega je bil ves filozofski in teološki napor v službi ljubezni. Zanje spoznavanje s pomočjo ljubezni popolnejše od razumskega raziskovanja. V komentarju k sentencam zapiše: najboljša pot za spoznanje Boga je prek doživetja miline, ta je popolnejša, čudovitejša in očarljivejša kot prek razumskega raziskovanja. Podobno zatrdi v spisu, kako se različne umetnosti izvajajo na teologijo. Sad vseh vednosti je torej v tem, da se v njih utrjuje vera, slavi Bog, oblikujejo značaje in črpajo utehe, ki jih prinaša združitev zaročenca in zaročenke. Ta združitev je vzniknila iz ljubezni, k ljubezni pa teži ves smisel svetega pisma in potem takem vsakega razsvetljenje, ki prihaja vzgoraj. Brez nje je vsako spoznanje prazno. Zahvaljujem se bratoma Miranu, Janu Dominiku in doktorski študentki filozofiji Neni Bobovnik, ki so skupaj s sodelavci pripravili vse dogajanje, ki želi počastiti 800-letnico rojstva svetega Bonaventura. Čestitam tudi za izid 2 novih knjižnih izdaj, ki bosta polnili našega duha. Zahvaljujem se tudi vsem sodelujočim, tako domačim profesorjem kot tujim gostom, da nam boste odstirali tančico z del tega srednjeveškega velikana. Vsem želim plodovito konferenco, polno miline, ljubezni in novih spoznanj. With the greeting of St. Francis, pax et bonum, I cordially welcome you all to Ljubljana, the capital of the Republic of Slovenia, in whose territory the Friars Minor arrived at the time when St. Bonaventure, then still Giovanni di Fidanza, was beginning his studies in Paris. The presence of Francis' spiritual glow and thought on our soil therefore has a deep foundation of which we are proud. For the Friars Minor, life always takes precedence over thought. It is only out of a genuine life lived together that thought also develops, reflecting and ennobling that life. That is why the poor man from Assisi, St. Francis, wrote to his confrere Anthony of Padua the well-known words: I am pleased that you teach sacred theology of the brothers, providing that, as is contained in the rule, you do not extinguish the spirit of prayer and devotion during study of this kind. In this spirit, we also understand St. Bonaventure, for whom all philosophical and theological effort was in the service of love. For him, knowledge by means of love is more perfect than rational investigation. In his commentary of the sentences, he writes, "The best way to know God is through the experience of grace. It is more perfect, more wonderful, and more enchanting than through rational research." Similarly, the reduction of the arts to theology, he says, "This is the fruit of all sciences, that in all, faith might be strengthened, God might be honored, character might be formed, and consolation might be derived from the union of the spouse with the beloved, a union which takes place through charity, a charity in which the whole purpose of sacred scripture and thus of every illumination descending from above comes to rest, a charity without which all knowledge is vain." I would like to thank Brother Miran and Brother Jan Dominik and their colleague Nena Bobonik, who together with their collaborators have prepared all the events to celebrate 800th anniversary of the birth of Saint Bonaventure. Congratulations also for the publication of 2 new book editions, which will fill our spirit. I would also like to thank all the participants, both Slovenian professors and foreign guests, for lifting the veil of the works of this medieval giant. I wish you all a fruitful conference, full of grace, love, and new knowledge.
Many thanks to you all for your kind words. So now that the speeches are over, may the conference finally begin. It so happens that I'm as well chairing the first session. So let me proceed with introducing our first speaker today. This concerns Dr. Lydia Schumacher. She is a senior research fellow in medieval philosophy and theology at King's College in London. Furthermore, she is the principal investigator on a European Research Council grant project titled Authority and Innovation in Early Franciscan Thought. Her contribution to the research on Franciscan thought is immense. Today, she's going to open this conference with a presentation titled Bonaventure's Doctrine of Divine and its Early Franciscan Background. Lydia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Nina and Jan and Father Miran. It's really a deep honor and huge pleasure to be here for the first time in Ljubljana and to share with you about Bonaventure and celebrate these amazing translations that you've worked so hard on. I've made a slight change in my title, and it's the Doctrine of Divine Ideas in Bonaventure and the early Franciscan background. Can you hear me all right? Great. In his Breviloquium, Bonaventure presents the core of a doctrine of divine ideas that is one of the hallmarks of his thought. There he distinguishes between the wisdom of God, which is one, and the divine ideas in accordance with which things are made. As Bonaventure elaborates, these ideas are many because the perfection of God's wisdom requires that he know every single thing in the most distinct way as an individual. Bonaventure reconciles the one and the many in this context by affirming that the ideas are multiplied in relation to the objects known, which are likenesses of God, so that God, in his single act of knowing himself, knows all things of which that are likenesses of him. This was a sophisticated solution to a problem that had long vexed the Western tradition. Yet it's not often been recognized the extent to which Bonaventure's perspective on this and other issues was the product and refinement of a conversation that had already been taking place for some time amongst Franciscans at Paris. Above all, Bonaventure's master and teacher, Alexander of Hales. In addition to composing a gloss on Lombard sentences and a series of disputed questions, Alexander oversaw the great Summa Hallensis, which was mostly written between 1236 and 45, largely on the basis of his own works and that of his chief collaborator, John of La Rochelle. In my paper today, I'd like to explore the background of Bonaventure's theory of divine ideas, in particular as it can be found in the work of Alexander of Hales, the Summa Hellensis, and Odo Regaldus, who was a bridge between first and second generation Franciscans like Bonaventure. Ultimately, I'll reflect on the theory that Bonaventure's doctrine of divine ideas was fundamentally Augustinian, calling attention to more likely sources of inspiration behind the early Franciscans' thought, not least Saint Francis himself. And just given time, I'm going to skip over the discussion of the disputed questions, Alexander of Hales' treatment of the divine ideas, because as Rega Wood has pointed out in a very important article that was really useful for me in preparing this paper, Alexander's position in the disputed questions is largely reiterated in the Summa Hellensis and its treatment of the divine ideas, which was probably actually redacted by John of La Rochelle in this case. In the Summa Hellensis, the author, again, John most likely, repeats a standard quotation from a text by Augustine on divine ideas or on ideas, which comes from his 83 different questions. This states the opposite of a conclusion reached in De Trinitate, which also features in this discussion, De Trinitate 6, 10, 11, which states that the divine art is full of rational living things and all things are one in it. By contrast to this, the De Ideas says that there must be many ideas for things in God, rather than just one idea, because the idea for a horse cannot be the same as for a man. To justify this conclusion, John of La Rochelle distinguishes between the reasons that concern the end or purpose of things, the divine ideas, which are the forms or models for things, and the exemplar, which is the divine efficient cause of things. Incidentally, I do have a handout, and I'll mention the texts to which I'm referring if you'd like to follow along and see how they're supported. This is text 4 in that case. For John of La Rochelle, the exemplar, the efficient cause of things, is the same as the wisdom of God, which, like the divine exemplar, or also called the divine art, pertains to God as knower and must therefore be entirely one. By contrast, John states that the ideas or the reasons for things are many because the divine ideas as well as the reasons are many. As Alexander had done previously, John reconciles the plurality of ideas with the unity of God by insisting that the ideas are the same as God's wisdom, secundum rem, in terms of what they are, but differ secundum nomen. In other words, they signify, or rather consignify, the divine wisdom in different ways in accordance with what they are as material creatures. The multiplicity of the divine ideas is not therefore in God, but arises entirely on the side of creatures, which God knows simply in virtue of knowing himself as their cause. To support this claim, Rochelle invokes an illustration from Pseudo-Dionysius, which had a long tradition in the Aristotelian commentaries and was used in all of the Franciscan texts that I'm discussing today. The illustration observes that a center point, which has many lines coming out of it and at which many lines terminate, remains one, even though it is the principle of the many lines that it encompasses. For the Summist, the knowledge of God does not merely encompass creatures that do exist or finite being, but it also extends to the things that could exist through the divine cause. In other words, God has knowledge of infinite things and is himself fundamentally infinite, text 7. From the fact that God knows the infinity of things that could exist, the Summist draws the further conclusion that God knows necessary or actual as well as possible things, which could be but are not yet existing. In affirming these points, the Summist paves the way for his ultimate conclusion, which is that God does not merely know the species of things, which was what Augustine and even Alexander of Hales had suggested. He also knows distinct individuals. As the Summist puts it, since God is equally the author of things great and small, therefore in his art he must know both great and small things. While the Summist concedes that knowing singulars is a sign of weakness in humans who derive their knowledge from the senses, in God it is not so, because he doesn't obtain his knowledge from the senses, but through the likenesses of things that exist in himself as the cause. A further development of the early Franciscan doctrine of divine ideas can be found in the work of Odo Rigaldus, who is a successor of John and Alexander as regent master of the Parisian Franciscan school. In his commentary on Lombard sentences, which was completed before 1245, he seems to adhere closely to the position of the Hallensian Summus. And that's text 9. I'll skip over that a little bit for the interests of time, because the interesting thing is that in his disputed questions, which were dated a little bit later, Odo seems to change his position from that which he picked up from the Summa Hallensis. He now insists that the reasons or ideas of God can be described not as one, but as many, not only not on the part of God himself, who is signified, but on the part of the mode of signification by which we, or indeed he, God himself, perceives things in relation to himself. That's text 10. As Odo elaborates, for God to be the exemplar of things is nothing more than to say that he knows what things he is able to produce and how they are produced. In that sense, his knowledge of himself as the exemplar of all things entails the knowledge of the range of his power, and thus entails the knowledge of many divine ideas. In affirming this, Odo claims that he reconciles his opinion with the apparently conflicting views of Augustine in those key Franciscan texts, De Trinitate 6, which says that the ideas are one, and the Dei Deus, where Augustine says, or seems to say, that the ideas of God are many and different. The reason the distinction amongst ideas in God now seems important for Odo is that it is necessary in his view to establishing God's ability to create and know many different things as distinct from one another. How could God do this, Odo asks, if his idea was simply one and multiplied on the part of creatures in the way that the Hallensian Summist had argued? In this context, Odo disagrees most likely with the author of the Summa Hallensis, who suggests that matter can serve as the principle of individuation and diversity in creatures. In his view, it's just one block of indistinct and confused substance that's not differentiated unless impressed with forms. For Odo, consequently, God can only create individuals if he has singular reasons or ideas for me, for you, for each one of us here, for all individuals. Odo goes so far as to insist that God would be ignorant of the things he creates if he did not have an idea for each one of them. He also claims that in addition to knowing things that do exist, God must know things that do not exist, but could exist, and thus he must know the infinite. This mature view of Odo, which again shifts away from the view of the Summa Hallensis that the multiplicity of the divine ideas is on the part of creatures rather than in God's own knowledge, is picked up by Bonaventure, our friend today, who elaborates it in his Sentences commentary, as well as the Breviloquium passage I mentioned earlier. In addressing the question whether there are ideas in God, Bonaventure mentions the view of some thinkers, and here he must be referring to his the authors of the Hallensian Summa, who believe that God knows all things in himself as cause rather than through specific ideas. He argues against this position on the grounds that every knower possesses a likeness of the things that they know, and thus doesn't merely know itself as a cause, but has a distinct idea for all objects of knowledge. If this is true for human beings, Bonaventure insists, then at least the same must be true of God. In addressing a further question whether a real plurality of ideas should be posited in God, Bonaventure repeats his predecessor's pattern of citing Augustine's Dei Deus for and his De Trinitate against the idea that there are many ideas in God. He contests the position, however, that the ideas are many in reality on the grounds that that would introduce multiplicity in God. And ultimately, he reiterates the defense of his own view that the ideas are one in reality, but multiple in God, insofar as they are likenesses or rational means of knowing. And that's text 11. Just keeping an eye on time here. The example that Bonaventure favors to illustrate his point is that of light, which, while numerically one, expresses many and varied colors. Like his predecessors, Bonaventure acknowledges the problem of positing ideas for things in God, as it risks suggesting that the temporal is the cause of the eternal. But he gets around this problem in the way that Odo had, by suggesting that things can be connoted both temporally and eternally. Temporally when they actually exist from our perspective, and eternally when they exist in God, as in the case of predestination, which connotes an effect that is not actual. Here, as hinted already, Bonaventure affirms that the likenesses in God are multiplied not only according to a plurality of universals, but also according to the plurality of singulars. The resulting corollary of this view for Bonaventure is that even though God only chooses to produce a finite number of things, he's able to produce an infinite number of things. And in order to do that, he must have knowledge of what he produces. So let me just summarize briefly where we've come so far on the doctrine of divine ideas. The Summa Hellensis follows Alexander of Hale's disputed questions in affirming that God has only one idea, and in knowing that one thing himself as cause, he knows all the things that he's made. The multiplicity here of the divine ideas, if any, arises from the side of creatures rather than God. And this is the view elaborated by Odo in his Sentences commentary, but rejected in Odo's disputed questions, where he argues that there must actually be a multiplicity of divine ideas in God, not just on the side of creatures, not simply arising from matter. Otherwise, God would not be able to have specific knowledge of individual things. This specific knowledge, however, doesn't compromise the unity of God because it only multiplies the mode of signification rather than the object signified, which is God. Bonaventure employs slightly different language, but he seems to follow largely this position of the mature Odo. While the divine ideas are one in his opinion, the likenesses to him are many, such that in the mode of his understanding, the divine ideas are multiplied down to the level of singulars and indeed the infinite. So Nina, tell me, how about time? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay. An outside observer might not think that these are such different positions, and to some extent that's really true. We're talking about fine points of disagreement on the question of how to strike the balance between the one and the many. The one point that these different Franciscans do have in common is that they use Augustine to defend their positions. This raises a really interesting question as to whether any of the Franciscan views presented represents the authentic interpretation of Augustine. Or perhaps Augustine simply held contradictory views on this question. That, I would think, is unlikely. What is more likely is that our early Franciscan authors identified proof texts in the bishop's thought, which they perhaps took out of context to some extent in order to present different sides of an argument that they wanted to consider. This was often how the scholastic method was employed at the time. It enabled scholars to legitimize their own positions by locating them in relation to an authority of the prior Christian tradition, which they nonetheless interpreted in their own way. Something like when I talk to students about this, I say, we use footnotes, and scholastics invoked authoritative proof texts. In the case under consideration, I'd like to suggest now, and this I may have to truncate given the time, that the way in which early Franciscans interpreted Augustine variously in the context of the divine ideas theory was heavily informed by the philosophy of the 11th century Islamic scholar Avicenna, whose views on metaphysics and psychology strongly influenced early Franciscan readings of both Aristotle and Augustine, who were interpreted in unison during this period. The influence of Avicenna is something we can discern if we look to some of the other major metaphysical theories that early Franciscans elaborate to underpin the doctrine of divine ideas. These theories include the aforementioned distinction Avicenna drew between beings that do not actually exist and those that do exist, necessary and possible beings. That in turn gave rise to a notion that the source of all beings, in this case God, must be infinite on the one hand, and to the preoccupation with individual or finite beings on the other. Although theologically fascinating, such concerns were too different from those of Augustine to simply be projected onto him in the way Etienne Gilson popularized when he described early Franciscans' Avicenized Augustinianism as a form of authentic Augustinianism. After all, Augustine saw God as fundamentally simple rather than infinite. He saw the divine ideas as being of universals like man and horse, which include particulars like the man Peter and the horse, I don't know, Mary, shall we say. And of course, Augustine didn't have a metaphysics of necessary and possible being, which generated this interest in the finite and the infinite in the first place. Thus, the view of Jan Ersten seems more accurate, in my opinion, when he says that Avicenna inaugurated a new form of metaphysics which departed from anything that had been available previously, and which enabled the Franciscans to utterly transform rather than merely systematize what it meant to be an Augustinian. Now, I had quite a bit more about univocity and various other things, but I think I'll pass over that. I'm happy to send the paper to those of you. And I just want to close with some comments on the significance of this Avicennian appropriation. The inspiration behind this shift, behind the Franciscan perspective, concerning Avicenna's metaphysics of necessary or actual and possible beings, helped early Franciscans to envisage a God who possesses an idea of all things that are and could be of the infinite, and whose instantiation of some of those individual ideas makes himself directly accessible to the mind in a finite but nonetheless real and immediate way. This kind of account can hardly help but bring to mind Francis's emphasis on the value of all creatures, great and small, of God's love for them as particular creatures, and the way that they make God known to us in all their individuality. In this sense, I would argue that the appropriation of Avicenna's views of infinite, finite, necessary, possible in this context of the doctrine of the divine ideas was instrumental to articulating a specifically Franciscan point of view, with all of its emphasis on the uniqueness of creatures as objects of God's love and creative design. Bonaventure, of course, picked up many aspects of this perspective, as I've tried to show, and elaborated them in some form himself. But given his evident dependence on earlier Franciscan thinkers, we should be hesitant to accept the common notion that he merely codified what it meant to be an Augustinian at the early University of Paris. This doesn't do justice to the Avicennian sources of Franciscan thought. And above all, it doesn't do justice to the way in which early Franciscans used those sources to their own ends, to develop their own highly original ideas, which were above all oriented towards elucidating and supporting the Franciscan ethos, which we are here to celebrate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. So let us proceed to our second speaker, who is going to appear on the screen. This is Nicola Poloni, who is currently a senior research fellow at the Institute of Philosophy at KU Leuven in Belgium, where he is leading a research project titled The Shadow Within Nature, Epistemology and Ontology of Prime Matter in the Late Middle Ages. So today's talk is going to be directly linked to his research. The title is Bonaventure and the Epistemic Elusiveness of Prime Matter.
Dobro jutro, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this fantastic conference. I am very sorry because I would have loved to be there with you in fantastic Ljubljana, and I'm also very sorry because I had to change the title of my talk. But this probably is better. Can you hear me? Yeah, yes, you can hear me, right? Yes, I suppose you can. And yeah. I cannot hear you.
Can you try to?
Oh yes. Can you hear me now, or? Can I proceed, or?
Can you try now?
Yes, and now it's better. Perfect. So let me start again. So, thanks to Nena and all the organizers for having invited me to participate in this fantastic conference today. I'm very sorry, and I have to apologize twice. First, for not being here with you in presence today, even though, I mean, you can see at least my big face in your screen. And second, because I had to change the title of my talk, as Nena just told you. I mean, this is something even better, I would say, because in this way, I will spare you the cumbersome presence of Roger Bacon. So let me start sharing my screen. You see it because I see it in your screen. So, Bonaventure and the epistemic elusiveness of prime matter. Medieval philosophy often shows itself as a sort of wild forest made of difficult problems, refined doctrines, and complex solutions. In my talk today, I will focus mostly on one of the roots that allowed such speculative forests to grow, hydromorphism, and more specifically, the theory of matter. Matter indeed has been the subject of a long-lasting series of debates and issues that, from some point of view, started with the beginning of Greek philosophy itself. While the substantial form too underwent a process of gradual epistemic detachment in the later Middle Ages, it is matter, and especially prime matter, that gave origin to widespread controversies between and within different philosophical traditions. Is prime matter completely devoid of any actuality? Is it the enduring subject of natural change? Are spiritual beings composed of matter in similarity to the bodies? This and many other questions characterized the medieval debate, at least from the 12th century onwards, at different times and in different ways. Being other than the form, prime matter is formless in itself. Being form, the mean of actualization, prime matter also appears to be a pure potency. Yet one aspect in particular appears to have been rather puzzling to most medieval philosophers. Being prime matter either pure potency or in objective act, if it has no qualities, no forms, how can such elusive substrate be conceived? This will be the topic of my talk today, as it has been discussed by the author to which this conference is dedicated, Bonaventure of Bagno Regio. I will examine Bonaventure's only reference to the conceivability of prime matter. Discussing some of the ontological implications of the epistemic strategy mentioned by Bonaventure, negative abstraction, I will show how such reference appears to hint at a specific interpretation of Augustine's stance on the problem of matter's conceivability. According to such reading of Augustine, it seems that Bonaventure limits the scope of application of negative abstraction, avoiding any definitive endorsement of this specific strategy. As far as I could search in Bonaventure's works, there is only one mention of the problem about the conceivability of prime matter that I've been able to find. It is important, an important passage nonetheless, since Bonaventure bases on it his conclusion to the first question of the first article from distinction 12 of the second book of Lombard sentences that he was commenting. Needless to say, the article is dedicated to matter, and the first question asks whether prime matter was created in complete potency, that is, as deprived of any forms. Let me indulge a bit longer in presenting the main coordinates of an article that I'm sure you know very well. Bonaventure's discussion is structured in 6 videtur quod arguments and 6 sed contra. In favor of the claim that prime matter was created as formless, Bonaventure presents a set of arguments indulging in the consideration of the intrinsic condition of matter as potency and capacity to receive a substantial form. Such consideration is anchored on Augustine and seems to imply that prime matter was created without the form. Matter is indeed the expression of a passive potency that mirrors the active potency of the agent and the counterpart of the form which, one could argue, can exist without matter, and if that is so, matter too can exist without the form. Moreover, if God created the world in a mediated way, matter appears to be the exact medium he used, its ontological condition being between non-existence and actual existence. To the contrary, the 6 arguments against the claim under discussion focus on the implicit contradictions that would arise if that were the case. 3 authorities are mentioned. The first is Hugo of St. Victor's claim that prime matter could not have been completely formless because, if so, it would not have been corporeal. The second is the pseudo-Boetian De Unitate et Uno, which is actually a work by Gundesalinus, where it is said that all being proceeds from the form. Finally, The third authority is Aristotle's Generation and Corruption, maintaining that matter cannot be separated from the form to which it is joined. Moreover, Bonaventure observes that all basic ontological and physical qualifications are given by the form and that matter is essentially dependent on the form. Hence, it is impossible that matter had been created in a state of complete formlessness. Bonaventure's response here is remarkable. According to him, one can speak about matter in two ways. Indeed, we can consider matter according to its existence in nature or according to how it is considered by the soul. In the first way, matter is never deprived of its forms, not even at the beginning of time, since matter is always physically qualified as a body in time and place. Yet, we can think of prime matter in a different way, abstracting it by removing all forms to unveil such elusive substrate. Bonaventure refers directly to Augustine's Confessions, Book 12, where it is claimed that prime matter can be conceived by privation of the forms. Bonaventure's reasoning seems to suggest that by removing form after form, qualification after qualification, we can get to the first substrate, prime matter. Hence, the formlessness proper to prime matter can be thought and imagined, but never fully appreciated in nature. I call this epistemic strategy negative abstraction, to distinguish it from the process of abstraction that usually removes matter to focus on the formal content of the object of abstraction. Bonaventure was not alone in mentioning negative abstraction as the main way to conceive prime matter. The method was widespread in the early Middle Ages, and at least since Caecilius' commentary on the Timaeus. In the 13th century, too, there are quite many authors endorsing it. A very good example of this attitude is provided by the Summa Hallensis, which refers again to Augustine. Prime matter can be conceived by privation, mentally removing the forms that are joined to it. Something similar is found in Thomas of York's Sapientiale. There too, we can find a short description of this epistemic procedure that removes forms keeping their substrate. If we move back of a few decades, we can find another witness of the same attitude with Alexander Neckham. Differently from Bonaventure and the Summa Hallensis, though, Neckham is unpersuaded by this procedure. Or better, he accepts the epistemic method, but points out its uselessness, since the notion of prime matter that is gained by negative abstraction is nothing else than a pure abstraction, with no existence in nature nor utility to understand the world of creation. In almost all these cases, Augustine is the main authority to whom negative abstraction is referred, yet in different ways. First, the Summa Hallensis quotes a passage from De Natura Boni, which is usually the locus of reference for authors ascribing negative abstraction to Augustine. In that passage, Augustine clearly endorses the method and claims that the only way to conceive matter is by removing all its forms. Augustine nonetheless dedicated much effort to understand in what way the first substrate can be grasped. Noticeably, in Contra Faustum, Augustine focuses on the transmutation, claiming that matter can be known by considering instances of substantial change. Yet, Bonaventure does not refer to either De Natura Boni or Contra Faustum, but to the Confessions instead. And in the Confessions, Book 12, Augustine discusses the problem in a curious, evocative, and complex way. Let's take a closer look at the text. Augustine there introduces the problem arising from attempting to conceive matter in its formlessness. Matter cannot be understood like a form nor perceived like a body. Hence, it seems that the only way to grasp matter is to either knowing it by ignorance or ignoring it by knowing. The latter sentence is among the most quoted in the debate on matter's epistemology. Yet, Augustine goes on to discuss more at length negative abstraction. I quote from Cook-Outler's translation. But if, O Lord, I am to confess to thee by my mouth and my pen the whole of what thou hast taught me concerning this unformed matter, I must say first of all that when I first heard of such matter and did not understand it, and those who told me of it could not understand it either, I conceived of it as having countless and varied forms. Thus, I did not think about it rightly. My mind, in its agitation, used to turn up all sorts of foul and horrible forms, but still they were forms. And still I called it formless, not because it was unformed, but because it had what seemed to me a kind of form that my mind turned away from, as bizarre and incongruous, before which my human weakness was confused. And even what I did conceive of as unformed was so, not because it was deprived of all forms, but only as it compared with more beautiful forms. Right reason, then, persuaded me that I ought to remove altogether all vestiges of form whatever if I wished to conceive matter that was wholly unformed. And this I could not do. For I could more readily imagine that what was deprived of all form simply did not exist, than I could conceive of anything between form and nothing, something which was neither formed nor nothing, something that was unformed and nearly nothing. End of quote. In this passage, Augustine recalls how difficult it is to conceive matter. One can try to remove form after form like skins of an onion, but there is always one left, and it seems almost impossible to get to the substrate of all forms. While in De Natura Boni, Augustine just mentions negative abstraction as a way to conceive prime matter, in Confessions 12, it seems to express some criticism. And indeed, Augustine's line of reasoning proceeds to mention another method to conceive matter, the consideration of substantial change, where matter works as enduring substrate of any substantial transmutation. This is the same strategy that Augustine mentions in Contra Faustum, and here in the Confessions, it seems to me that Augustine clearly endorses this epistemic strategy alone by admitting that negative abstraction is ineffective. In fact, Augustine himself observes that he could not conceive matter in its formlessness by removing all forms. But why? What is the problem with negative abstraction? Let's try to answer this question succinctly. To do so, let's consider a teacup. Negative abstraction requires us to remove all qualifications and go below them to appreciate their substrates. Hence, we can remove the cupness from the cup and have some clay. We can remove the clayness from that clay and have a sort of undefined mixture. Then we can remove the qualification of mixture from this mass and get to the elements. And we can remove the form of the elements and get to a mere extended body, something we may call bodliness. Whereas, perhaps we can admit that prime matter is common to both spirits and bodies. And then we could go even deeper and remove corporeity to get to mere substantiality. Yet, can we take one further step and get to prime matter? This is the main problem with negative abstraction. Every time I remove a quality, something more general yet qualified remains. We can get to something qualified by one and single ontological qualification, like substantiality or even creatural existence. Yet, to be known and conceived, it must have at least one qualification. Otherwise, it seems very hard to imagine how that entity may be understood. This is also Augustine's point in Confessions 12. As far as one can go in removing forms from matter, there will always be some form, some qualification in our conception of matter. As I said, such hesitancy regarding negative abstraction is not present in De Natura Boni. A question arises from this point. Why did Bonaventure refer to Confessions 12 instead of De Natura Boni, as to ascribe this method to Augustine? This is what the Summa Hallensis did. Now, I think one may argue that Bonaventure chose to refer to the Confessions exactly for the criticism expressed by Augustine. In other words, it seems that Bonaventure is interpreting Augustine in a rather interested way. Augustine's complaints about the inefficacy of negative abstraction are indeed included in Bonaventure's own discussion between the consideration of matter according to its nature and according to the mental conception we have of it. Consequently, negative abstraction is not a well-grounded procedure to know prime matter, as the latter exists in reality, but only a device helping to think about such weird substrate which is so far away from human understanding. If this reading of Bonaventure is right, it might help to explain why Bonaventure only refers once to the problem of how matter can be conceived, limiting himself to the brief mention we have just seen. It seems that Bonaventure is giving a hint without any explicit endorsement of negative abstraction as the way to conceive prime matter. It just states that the mental notion we can construct of prime matter is not conform with the existence of prime matter in nature, which is always together with a form. In doing this, Bonaventure seems to echo some criticism of negative abstraction as epistemic strategy to conceive prime matter that were formulated directly and more often indirectly in the 13th century by authors like Albert the Great and Roger Bacon. Let me now draw some brief conclusions. Bonaventure's tepid mention of negative abstraction is one of the last references to this method by 13th and 14th century philosophers. Different reasons led to prioritize another method over it, the analogical strategy. Let me just recall a few of these reasons. Analogy has the endorsement of Aristotle himself, who in Physics 1.7 claims that matter can only be known by analogy to the compound. The procedure was also discussed and reinterpreted by Averroes repeatedly, often by combining it to the consideration of substantial change and to the analogy to the form as relative to matter. In addition, Aristotle's criticism of the stripping away argument in Metaphysics Zeta 3 seems to have made negative abstraction quite untenable. The stripping away argument is indeed an application of negative abstraction, and Aristotle deploys it to discuss whether matter is a substance, to later claim that the notion we produce by this procedure is wrong. And finally, negative abstraction seems to be less flexible than the analogical method, the latter being applicable to different ontological notions of prime matter, the former seemingly implying that prime matter has some sort of qualification by which it can be conceived. Consequently, negative abstraction gradually faded away. Once a promising epistemic procedure used by philosophers like Augustine, Chalcidius, and theory of charge, for instance, references to negative abstraction become rarer, yet do not disappear. From this point of view, at the very end of the Middle Ages, the great systemizer of scholastic philosophy, Francisco Suarez, would hint again at this procedure. While according to Suarez, prime matter is conceived only by analogy, there are other ways in which the concept of matter can be appreciated, among them negative abstraction. As Bonaventure, Suarez too limits the applicability of negative abstraction to the mental object alone, the conceptual result of the analogical procedure instead of prime matter itself. Yet, in both cases, although for different reasons, the thick veil of darkness that hides prime matter in its elusiveness can only be unveiled by higher creatures, while humans can only try to grasp fragments of such perplexing epistemic conundrum. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope everything went well. I don't know. You will tell me.
Thank you so much, Nicola. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
But we are proceeding to our next speaker, who is Francisca van Buren. She's a postdoctoral student at the Institute of Philosophy, KU Leuven in Belgium as well. Her research concerns Aristotelian and Neoplatonic metaphysics, as well as their reception in the Middle Ages. Recently, she published an article, Bonaventure, Aristotle, and the Being of Universal Forms. Her today's presentation is linked to this research. The title of her talk is An Aristotelian Account of Universals in the Thought of Saint Bonaventure.
So thank you very much for that introduction. Very nice. So in my talk this morning, I would like to put forth a reading of Bonaventure's account of the extramental status of universals, precisely as the objects of human knowledge, which puts a particular emphasis on the way in which Bonaventure is influenced by and makes use of the texts of Aristotle in forming his own positions, as Nina said. So this is perhaps surprising, given that so much of scholarship on Bonaventure has considered the influence of Aristotle on his thought to be minimal. Indeed, at the beginning of our renewed interest in scholastic thought, Bonaventure was often portrayed as being not only uninterested in, but indeed hostile to the thought of Aristotle. Fortunately, this has been moderated in a lot of recent scholarship, but the consensus nonetheless is that while Bonaventure uses some Aristotle, he's not properly to be categorized as an Aristotelian thinker. So in my talk today, I want not only to give an exposition of Bonaventure's account of human knowledge of universals, but to show how this account is heavily rooted in his reading of the texts of Aristotle. Thereby, he is indeed an Aristotelian on this front. So I'd like to begin by making two preliminary points about Bonaventure's view of forms. The first is that, strictly speaking, they're universal, and the second is that they're ontologically prior to the sensible composite thing. So it's clear from a number of passages in Bonaventure's commentary on the sentences, such as in his well-known discussion of spiritual matter and angels, that he's committed to the view that forms, properly speaking, are universals. We see this most clearly, however, in his account of individuation, also a well-known topic, which deserves a much longer chat than I'm going to provide for it today. But here I'd just like to look at why Bonaventure thinks that the form cannot be the cause of individuation. So this argument is usually presented that Bonaventure thinks that the form cannot account for individuation because the form is universal and the universal cannot ground an individual. That's beyond its power. Or something along those lines, which actually presents the argument as being quite weak insofar as one could simply question Bonaventure's premise there. Why really are forms universal? So it seems like Bonaventure doesn't really give an argument for the premise on which his argument rests. But he does, and it's a little bit hidden away. It's hidden away in a reference to a passage in Aristotle. He writes, just as the philosopher himself says, as is the case regarding the sun and the moon. So that seems to be kind of an obscure, offhanded comment, but actually this is an excellent passage for Bonaventure to direct his reader to here. If anyone in the room is well acquainted with contemporary debates on Aristotle's metaphysics, they will know immediately what passage he's talking about, because this is a textbook argument for why Aristotle thinks that forms are universal. So anyone who writes their doctoral dissertation on this awful, complicated question in Aristotle will have a section on the sun and the moon argument. So in this passage, Aristotle is discussing, as he does for a lot of the metaphysics, many of the absurd implications of Platonic forms. And here he's targeting the position, which is not maintained by Plato himself, but by some follower of Plato, that each form is individual the way in which a particular instance of the universal, such as this man, Cleon, is individual. If forms for Aristotle are individual, then they're impossible to define. But isn't that what forms are supposed to be? Universal definitions and terms that are applicable to the sense particulars that we encounter in the world? So his argument goes like this. He begins by saying that substance is of two different kinds, the logos, the formula, and the sensible thing. Substance in the sense of the logos, quote, does not admit of any destruction in the sense of it ever being destroyed, since neither does it so admit of generation. And his example, for the essence of house is not generated, but only the essence of this house, end quote. Substance in the latter sense, which is the concrete thing, of course, is generable and perishable. Concrete things come into a being and go out of being. Accordingly, sensible things are always changing, but, and here's the key quote, demonstration and definition cannot vary. Thus, the individual is not intelligible. Only that which is only that which is common to the many is intelligible. And if forms are supposed to be these kinds of universal names and definitions, certainly they're intelligible, and so they're not individual. They're universal. Okay, so there was an argument hidden in there in his reference to Aristotle. It's a good passage for him to go to. So my second preliminary point that I wanted to make regards how Bonaventure considers the ontological status of forms as prior to the sensible composite. It's quite clear, and for the purposes of time, I won't belabor this point, that Bonaventure is indeed a realist and he thinks that forms exist. But he's also very clear that they have an existence which is primary prior to the composite. The real issue here is whether forms are really then separate from sensibles. Does priority here mean separability? So in a question considering the hylomorphic composition of creatures, by the way, the handout has all of the citations, so you can take that home and know everything that I referenced here today. All right, so in a question considering the hylomorphic composition of creatures, Bonaventure writes, metaphysics considers the nature of all creatures and the highest substance per se entes, being in itself, in which is considered the act of being, and that is what the form gives to composite substances. In contrast, the matter gives existence, not esse, but existere, and stability for things per se existendi. So there's a kind of being which the form cannot provide to the composite, a being which is not intelligible, which is not, to use Bonaventure's favorite quotation from the posterior analytics, always and everywhere, but rather a kind of existential stability. And that's what matter provides for the composite, the existential stability of being the substratum for generation and change as the composite leads out a spatiotemporal existence. So this is to say that the esse, the being that the form has, is not the same as the existence, existere, that the matter and the material composite thing has. Okay, so how is that not Platonic forms that I'm describing? Doesn't this distinction between esse and existere sound exactly like Plato's distinction between the realm of being and the realm of becoming? Not quite. So Bonaventure rules out the possibility for us as interpreters of his thought to read him as a Platonist on this point, insofar as in the commentary on the sentences, Bonaventure explicitly argues against Platonic separate forms, both in the manner that they're posited by the Neoplatonists in the hypostasis of the intellect and in the traditional manner of Plato's own separate forms. And naturally, Bonaventure makes good use of Aristotle in these arguments, citing arguments that Aristotle makes in the Metaphysics. But really for Bonaventure, the core problem with Platonic separate forms is that if forms are separate, they do little to account for the existence, generation, and motion of sensible things. And I mean, that's really Aristotle's central problem with Platonic forms. They're static. They can't account for the change that we experience in the sensible world. Okay, so given that Bonaventure recognizes that there are problems with Platonic forms, it would be very strange for him to then turn around and reposit something like Platonic separate forms. So whatever he means by this distinction between esse and existere, it's certainly not the kind of distinction which Plato makes between being and becoming. So doesn't it seem though like Bonaventure is kind of making the situation too difficult for himself? Why doesn't he just, like someone like Aquinas, turn to a good traditional simple hylomorphism where we have a form plus matter and that equals sensible composite substance? This position is addressed by Bonaventure explicitly in a question in the commentary on the sentences. And the question is, are seminal reasons universals? And this is a question which Bonaventure, heads up, spoiler alert, will answer with a yes and a no. Not yes or no, yes and no. So why is this question helpful for our question about hylomorphism? For Bonaventure, a seminal reason, and this is in fact a position which he thinks that Aristotle and Augustine equally agree upon, is a kind of particularized potency or essence. He calls it not a form, but a singular form or a natural form. So in response to the question of whether seminal reasons are universal forms, Bonaventure does a good job clarifying these two terms for us. He writes, the seminal reason is an active power inserted into matter, and this active power is the essence of the form, end quote. The seminal reason, however, is incomplete. It's esse in potentia, and thereby it's dependent on sensible things in order to be actualized, while the universal form is complete. It's esse in actu, and in this sense, it's independent of the sensible thing. So in response to the original question of whether the seminal reason, the thing that's immanent in the composite, is the same as the universal form, Bonaventure entertains two possible positions. And these are basically two different ways of maintaining hylomorphism, two different versions of saying forms are immanent in the hylomorphic composite. The first position is kind of your traditional, maybe you want to call it naive hylomorphism, where the universal form would be identical with the principle that's immanent in the composite. So yes, the universal is the seminal reason. The second, and this is more like the position of Thomas Aquinas or of a conceptualism, that the distinction is real. The seminal reason is not the universal form, but the seminal reason as a singular form or an individual form is sufficient to allow for knowledge of the universal, which exists only in the mind. So the first position, which is the more naive, simplistic, hylomorphic position, Bonaventure dismisses in a total of 5 arguments, each of which rests upon a text of Aristotle. Those are De Anima, Posterior Analytics, De Interpretatione, and 2 from the Categories. And I really think the driving force of the arguments comes from the Categories texts. So here we can just talk about one of those 2 arguments, so we don't spend all day quoting Aristotle. So the argument that I'm focusing in on, Bonaventure is trying to demonstrate the absurdity of claiming that the whole of the universal could ever be present in a particular substance. So he writes, but this is the seminal reason of something which pre-exists in matter, before it may be the res completa in actu. Therefore, there's the form of humanity in matter before there is the complete thing. This is false and unintelligible, that the form of humanity be in the particular and that it not be the complete thing. Therefore, one may not think that the universal form is the seminal reason. So it's quite convoluted, but the point is that Bonaventure takes the universal to mean the complete thing in act. You know, that was his definition of the universal in contrast to the seminal reason. So if the whole of humanity, or man in general, the whole of man in general, is in one man, well, that's simply unintelligible, because one man is not the whole of humanity. Socrates is not humanity, he's not man in general, he's simply a man. And this is precisely what Aristotle writes in the Categories. Man is said of the particular man as substrate, but it's not in a substrate. Man is not in a particular man. Whatever is dependent upon Socrates belongs to him and is particularized in him. With regard to knowledge or predication, remembering our sun and moon discussion, what is in the particular sensible thing is itself particular. It's not universal. And so it's no real predicate and it's no real object of knowledge. Bonaventure then addresses the second flavor of hylomorphism, which is the sort of quasi-conceptualist view. This position would entail answering the original question with a no, seminal reasons are not universals, but would nonetheless say that the seminal reason as an individual form is sufficient grounding for our knowledge of the universal. Okay, that seems like a fair compromise. We have a realist position here, and we avoid these arguments that Aristotle makes in the Categories. However, it's not good enough for Bonaventure either. And he argues against this view with a 2-pronged argument based on 1, cognition of the particular and of the universal, and 2, univocal predication. These arguments aim to show that the universal and extramentally universal is necessary not only for knowledge of the particular, that is by connecting the particular to the universal, but for also being able to know that different particulars belong to the same universal kind. So clearly we can just talk about the first of these two arguments, since the second flows from the first. So Bonaventure begins by stating that when we know always the universal. The issue here is that while it appears that we know the individual first, because we encounter it first in the senses, nonetheless, knowledge of the universal is actually prior to our knowledge of the individual. This is because knowing an individual consists in connecting the individual to some universal definition. Socrates is a man, so I can say, what is Socrates? He's a featherless biped. Now I know. What is Socrates? He's not the thing with feathers. He's not the thing with 4 legs. Okay. So in this sense, one needs to know more primarily what humanity is before I can know what Socrates is, not the other way around. The knowledge of the universal is prior to knowledge of the individual, despite the fact that experientially, the opposite seems to be the case. Bonaventure here, just as much as then in his preceding set of arguments, relies on Aristotle, bringing in a very fitting quote from Posterior Analytics 131, sense perception must be concerned with particulars, whereas knowledge depends upon recognition of universals. And he explains it as, it's not complete cognition if the whole being of the thing is not cognized. And so it's not cognition unless it's through the form. Thus far, Bonaventure's conclusions are, 1, that universals qua universals cannot exist as immanent in the sense composite. 2, that the particularized form or the individual form is not sufficient grounding for knowledge of the universal. If we add in then that he's not willing to posit forms that are separate, as Plato does, it seems like he's kind of run out of options here and has backed himself into a corner. What position is left for him? So a hint at resolving this problem is that Bonaventure did not answer the question of whether seminal reasons are universals with a yes or a no, but with a yes and a no. Bonaventure writes, if the universal form is said properly according to the thing that is ordered into a genus, which metaphysics considers, the seminal reason is not the universal form. If, however, the universal form is said to be existing, existens, according to an incomplete being in matter and indifferent and able to be produced in the many, so one may call the seminal reason the universal form. This is to say that they're equatable only insofar as the universal form is existens in potency in some composite. And the crux of this distinction brings us back to our original esse existere distinction. The universal form really exists, esse we're talking about here, while the seminal reason has merely a contingent existence, existere. Or put another way, insofar as the universal form exists, has esse, it's distinct from the fact that it happens to exist, existere, as operative in some composite. But this does not mean that we have two entities. We don't have to answer the question with a no, that they're actually two different things. Nor do we have to answer the question with a yes, that they're the same thing. The distinction then is correlate neither to the ontological distinction between Rai the horse and Alejandro the horse, I had horse names prepared, nor the conceptual distinction between calling Rai the horse from Germany or calling him the horse that won the competition. Rather, we have a distinction which is neither real nor conceptual. It's a distinction between Rai's equinety and equinety in general. Thus, we have two modes of form, one which indicates the real being of the form, which is indeed, posterior analytics quote, always and everywhere, and one which indicates a contingent existence of the form, which is here and now, seminal reason. Okay, so if that's convincing, that's good, but it also seems like at this point, my theme of Bonaventure's Aristotelianism has fallen out a bit when I've given his solution. Not so. In fact, this twofold understanding of form as universal and seminal reason, he derives precisely from Aristotle himself, from a somewhat overlooked, but one of my favorite texts of Aristotle, De Caelo. In the passage which Bonaventure references here, and in fact quotes, Aristotle writes, suppose, for instance, only one example of a circle were apprehended. the distinction would nonetheless remain between 1, the essential nature of tokuklos, of the circle, and 2, the essential nature of toritokuklo, of this particular circle. The former is simply the eidos, and the latter is the toreros entehule, the form in the matter, and must be counted among katasketon particulars. From this, Aristotle concludes that this heaven and heaven in general are therefore 2 different things, the latter being distinguishable as form or shape, and the former as something compounded with matter. So wait, hold on. One would think that what I just said is that when Aristotle says this heaven, he means the composite of form and matter. But that's not what he says. He says that this heaven is that which is compounded with matter, not the resulting compound of form and matter. So this is to say, this heaven is 1/2 of our composite sensible thing, with matter being the other half. And indeed, this heaven, it's not the eidos, it's not the universal, it's toreros entehule. The form is considered as being in matter, or as Bonaventure would take it, it's a singular form or seminal reason. So much of what I've said thus far is pertinent really only to questions concerning the existence of universals as objects of human knowledge, considered as terms in predications or as definitions. Rye is a horse, Socrates is a featherless biped. It seems like we have that covered with Bonaventure so far. However, if we recall what Bonaventure was so worried about with an account of Platonic separate forms, it was that they would not be able to account for change in sensible things. Thus, we should expect from Bonaventure that his forms do just this. That is, from the side of ontology, and thereby from the side of epistemology, they should lay a foundation not only for basic human knowledge of universal terms, but also for our scientific knowledge of natural phenomena. So Bonaventure makes clear that the universal forms act not only as the cause of being and of intelligibility in sensible things, but that they also cause natural processes of change, that is, generation and growth. And he does this by using his twofold view of form as universal and seminal reason, now designating the former as causal reason and the latter as cause. He has a reason for doing that beyond just making things more complicated for us. So he writes, but cause and causal reason differ, because the cause means the productive principle, but the causal reason means the regula, the rule directing the principle and its operation. To put this simply, the cause is, it's the cause, which produces the effect, while the causal reason is the reason for the cause producing the effect. It's what we get when we ask, why does this process happen? So we can use Bonaventure's example, and heads up, it is also Aristotle's example in Book 12 of the Metaphysics. Man generating man. First of all, we have our causal reason, that is our directing rule, which is, we can state as a proposition, men generate men. That's universal. It's not applied to any particular man. Men can generate men, or humans can generate humans. And that universal rule is dictated by what the universal form, man in general, humanity means. What is humanity? Well, if we made a list of essential properties of man, one of those things would be, is able to produce more men. But that's universal. So we still need then our cause, which has to be particularized. And that's the natural form or the seminal reason, that this particular man standing in front of me has an actual ability in him to produce another man. That's not universal anymore. It's particular to this man. And this is exactly Aristotle's example from Book 12 of the Metaphysics. And he writes, for it is the particular that is the principle of particulars. Man in general is the principle of man in general, but there is no such person as man. Whereas Peleus is the principle of Achilles and your father of you, and this particular B of particular BA. But B in general is the principle of BA regarded absolutely. So in an absolute sense, it's the universal that is the principle, but proximately, it's the particularization of the universal, which is the principle. Or to use Bonaventure's terminology, that the particularization of the universal is, properly speaking, the cause, while the universal is the reason, or respectively, the seminal reason and the form itself. Okay, so this kind of ontology, I think, then succeeds to a great extent in not only laying a foundation for a basic understanding of human knowledge, but it also lays the foundation for a much richer understanding of our knowledge, precisely our scientific knowledge, that is our knowledge of natural phenomena. To make a contrast, well, we would perhaps think that someone like Thomas Aquinas, or maybe not to like bash Thomas Aquinas, but any medieval like conceptualist, or even our contemporary readings of Aristotle, which tend in the direction of reading him as a conceptualist, that would be kind of the more empirically minded position. We don't really think of Bonaventure as being like empirically minded, do we? But you know, that's not really the case. For the conceptualist, if we want to know what things are, that is, if we want to arrive at that universal definition of sensible things in the natural world, we arrive ultimately at an object of inquiry, which is not the real thing out there, which grounds the existence of the object, but something which exists only in the mind. Okay, well, that's all right, because doesn't the conceptualist have an account where the individual form can ground our knowledge of the universal, so at least there's some objectivity there. But if we then take into account Bonaventure's arguments against this kind of epistemology, which I think to a great extent are successful, and if you don't find them successful, then you only have to look to someone like William of Ockham later on, who will even perhaps be more successful and provides quite similar arguments, that link between the objective standard and the universal that we arrive at in the mind is severed. Look at conceptualist, that account doesn't work. You can't get a universal from an individual. And so you're left looking for an objectivity which exists in the mind, be it our understanding of universal terms or our understanding of the natural phenomena of the sensible world. So, we arrive at someone like Kant to, very oversimplify the entire history of philosophy, where we're looking for an objectivity on the part of the mind. And, Kant does a good job. He gives that to us. He gives us an account of it, whether or not you like it or not. He's answering that question at least. However, the ultimate epistemology and view of scientific inquiry that we arrive at in Kant is not that of Aristotle. I think I can definitely say that. And that's why I really brought this topic up at the end of my paper, because in seeing how Bonaventure provides for our knowledge of natural phenomena, we really see how through and through his understanding of human knowledge is Aristotelian. To a great extent, the driving force of so much of Aristotle's broader philosophical project is summed up in the view that, contrary to Plato, it is the natural world itself and not in some world separate from it that we discover the causes and principles of sensible phenomena, of the reality that we encounter every day. And so in preserving the extramental reality of universals, Bonaventure, so long considered to be anti-Aristotelian or un-Aristotelian, he's preserved just this. He's preserved in his own thought the view of nature as the object of human knowledge and of scientific inquiry that was so central to Aristotle's own project. Yeah.
Thanks, Francisca, for those insights. So we've arrived to our last speaker in this first session. God bless you. So the last speaker is Ingrid Kodelia, who is a Slovenian researcher, Slovenian scholar. In her research, she focuses on the history of science in the Middle Ages and history of philosophy. So today she's going to present the paper titled Metaphysics of Light, Bonaventure and Grosse Teste.
Thank you. In this paper, I deal with the metaphysics of light in the philosophy of Grosse Teste and Bonaventure, mainly in their understanding of matter and form, and I will outline some of their common features in the theory of knowledge. There are solid historical grounds for believing that Bonaventure knew the veritate of Grosse Teste and the luce of Grosse Teste. So, the theme of light is a constant in cultural and spiritual history. Different reflections on light show a rather surprising continuity throughout all historical periods. The understanding of God as light and the notion that divine shines in the light are present in many religious conceptions as well as in many attempts to philosophically comprehend the world. These reflections use the notion of light not only to explain the cognition of the spiritual, but to define more closely the essence, the absolute divine essence, as well as the emanation of finite things from it. There is therefore an epistemological as well as a metaphysical and ontological aspect. The philosophical system formulated in the vocabulary of light must justify the presence and function of light at every stage of reality. Light becomes the element that connects the various stages of being and enables communication among them. The rich medieval tradition of using the motive of light for theological, metaphysical, and epistemological purposes derives not only from ancient and patristic sources, but also from Neoplatonism, Arab interpretations. The Bible describes God as light and Christ as the light of the world. On this ground, medieval writers understood God to be uncreated light and visible light to be God in action. To study light is to study God in all things in relations to God. Both Grosseteste and Bonaventure accept the Augustinian theory of divine illumination, according to which everything we know as true is known in the light of the highest truth. The truth, however, is in the eternal speech of God. This is not just a mere adequation of speech and think. The truth is found fundamentally and eternally in the interior speech of God, namely in the emanation of the Son from the Father. This speech forms an exemplar of all things. The conformity of things to this eternal speaking is the rightness of them and obligation to be what they are. The truth of every created reality thus depends on its resemblance to its ideal, which is in the mind of God. In order to obtain the truth, we must observe both the created thing and its eternal exemplar. This, however, is only possible if the light of eternal reason is present in us. Both the object and the subject must be illuminated with the highest light. Just as a body cannot be seen to be colored without the presence of an external light, so too something cannot be known within its created truth alone. The human mind reaches a complete truth about an individual thing if it sees not only the created thing, but also the exemplar that is its measure. However, the normal state of man is not a state of enlightenment. Every mind cannot see this light, this highest light. It cannot see God directly. This is possible only for the few individuals who have a pure heart and are completely without sin, but even the cleansed may be deprived of this vision. So there is also another way to attain the truth that does not lead to a direct vision of God's ideas or God, and that is based on the Augustinian tradition. God's light shines on created things and thus allows the human mind to discover the truth. We could compare the light of God to the light of the sun, which makes created things visible. The created mind can thus perceive the created truth only in the light of the highest truth, but it cannot directly see the light of this highest truth. The highest truth is mediated to created being. Illumination and exemplarism are thus closely connected. Just as we cannot fully know created things if we do not perceive them as an exemplate of God's exemplar, so we cannot make definite judgments about them without the light of God's word. Both Grosseteste and Bonaventure take into account the sensory experience in the process of knowing too. The senses are the tools that make cognition possible. They provide traces of that knowledge that humanity has lost. The mind, which can be awakened through the sensory experience, has the ability to analyze things that we accept through the senses. The soul, therefore, awakens with the repetitive movement of the bodily senses over time. In this case, the order of cognition is reversed according to the order of being and intelligibility. Because of the fall into sin, we must begin with the help of the movement of the senses, with the recognition of the less intelligible, created and bodily being, and then ascend to the highest intelligible light of God's ideas. Without the action of the senses, therefore, there would be no beginning of cognition, abstraction, proof, and knowledge. There is no dualism between the two modes of knowledge, since all levels of knowledge are connected in light, and the lower type of knowledge participates in the higher. In this sense, we can distinguish between different sciences that bring different types of knowledge, or between pagan philosophy and the knowledge we came to in the light of Christian revelation. Even pagan teachings, pagan philosophers contain a certain amount of truth. They have their value and represent indirectly knowledge of the highest truth. There is, however, a difference between the illumination obtained by the Christian revelation and that obtained by pagan teaching. It is the difference between the light of the highest truth, which is eternal, uniform, and simple, and the light that is reflected in creations, which is created, multiplied, and therefore less certain. Just as the created light is not autonomous but differs from the highest light, so the sciences also differ from theology, but they are not autonomous. About matter and form, like in grosse testes de luce. The first corporeal form, which some call corporeity, it's in my opinion light, writes Grosseteste at the very beginning of his treatise De Luce. Only of its own accord, light spreads itself instantly from a single point in every direction and so forms a sphere. Light is dynamic and possesses an instantaneous self-motion and self-propagation. Continuing with a consideration of the nature of corporeity and matter, Grosseteste presents two propositions. Corporeity is that which necessarily accompanies the extension of matter in 3 dimensions, yet in themselves, matter and corporeity are simple substance without dimension. However, a consideration of matter on its own could only be conceptual. It cannot be separated from form, and the form of matter we observe in the universe is diffusion into 3 dimensions. That which diffuses itself in this fashion is light. Therefore, concludes Grosseteste, light is the first bodily form which some call corporeity. Its necessary accompanies and enables the diffusion of matter into 3 dimensions. Light is considered a corporeity because it is in its nature to spread, to extend in every direction, giving dimensions to the prime matter which is dragged by the light in its necessary spreading. It is not correct to say that light gives origin to the corporeity, but light itself is corporeity or 3-dimensionality. Because it's the first bodily form, light is therefore the most noble and comparable to forms which exist separately, such as intelligences. Within the cosmological hierarchy, light as the first corporeal form stands at the juncture between the physical and separate substances, sharing more intensely in the nobility and greater being of the higher realms. Through the mediation of light as its first form, matter is by exalted to share in the greater being. According to the form separated from matter, light is a subordinate product of the creation of God, but it becomes for the bodily world the first principle. Light then is not a body composed of form and matter, but form, or more precisely, the first substantial form that realizes and actualizes matter. Light is a formal principle of corporeality in general. Light as the first substantial form and formal principle of corporeality represents the actuality, the reality of matter, and can only exist united with matter. Light and formless matter are constitutive principles of the bodily reality. The moment God created them from nothing, the universe came into being. Having outlined the primacy and excellence of light, Grosseteste deploys the mathematics of relative infinities to explain the finite extensions of the universe from a simple point of light multiplied itself an infinity of times. Because the infinities by which light is multiplied may vary and there can be mathematical proportions between infinities, Grosseteste claims that light extends matter into larger or smaller dimensions according to the proportional infinities by which is multiplied. In this section of the Lucia, it is possible to see a Platonic understanding of mathematics. Grosseteste begins with a primordial light, which is single and one. Considered mathematically, unity or one is not the first number, but the principle of all numbers. Multiple entities participate in unity for their multiplication of a unity, which is their conceptual and ontological basis. So light as the first bodily form is not merely the first body, it is the basis of all material extension. This material extension into multiple proportions participates in a single unity of the first bodily form, which is light. The formation of material realm is a participation in the mathematics of the one and the many, where mathematics forms a mediatory bridge between metaphysics, which is concerned with the higher being of unchanging simplicity, and physics, which is concerned with the multiplicity of differentiated complex moving beings in the cosmos. The one and the many, lux and lumen, are not in dualistic opposition. The latter participates in the former. The second principle of mathematical interpretation is reflected in the explanation of the creation of space with the extension of light, which is set at the beginning of the existence of the universe. Grosseteste attempts to prove mathematically that light expands matter from a primordial point evenly and continuously, that the three-dimensional space is the result of the extended matter. The space is thus relatively homogeneous and coextensive with physical reality. It is finite and bounded, for it has two natural places, center and circumference. The first principle, which shows the mathematical basis of reality in the Luce, is Grosseteste's attempt to derive the qualitative properties of Aristotelian word system from concepts of a more quantitative, It's attempt to derive the qualitative properties of the Aristotelian word system from concepts of a more quantitative nature. Grosseteste attempts to show that the universe is finite and that there is no emptiness in it by describing a mathematically programmed extension which takes place through infinite multiplication of light with respect to infinite ratios and through mechanisms of rarefaction and condensations that determine the formation of the world more quantitatively than qualitatively, since they are based on the distribution of matter with the respect of the degree of density. Grosseteste is able to formulate a cosmogony based on light with mathematics, providing not just a conceptual hinge between metaphysics and cosmology, but also the ontological mediation between the simple, motionless singularity of the first bodily form and moving multiplicity of an extended material creation. Mathematics is for Grosseteste more than a convenient language for describing the cosmos, because the number is integral to the being of the materially extended, moving and harmonically unified creation. It should be mentioned that for Grosseteste, light does not merely relate to the first corporeal form or to visible light in creation, but to God himself. His cosmology is linked with the doctrine of God through analogical participation in the supreme light of Trinity. In his Hexameron, he says, from the fact that God is a trinity of persons, it follows that God is light. No bodily light or immaterial is beyond either. Grosseteste's deployment of light in describing God and the formation and motions of the cosmos It's not merely a convenient metaphor. Light is for Grosseteste the basis of a wider metaphysics, which also encompasses a theological understanding of truth and science. As can be seen from his work on light, geometry describes reality. Creation is shown in terms of geometric optical atomism. Because earthly light is a reflection of metaphysical light, and because both operate in a geometric way, cognition in optics and in the philosophy of nature in general is essentially geometric cognition. Natural phenomena can be interpreted by means of the laws of optics. His treatise, De Lineis Angulis et Figuris, begins with the famous sentence: "It is very important to understand line, angles, and figures, because without them it is impossible to understand the philosophy of nature." The theme of light is one of the characteristic features on Bonaventure's philosophy too. To understand his doctrine in reference to light, we have to consider some of his speculations of matter and form. Matter, considered in an abstract way, appears to us as a purely passive, as a mere potency to become something. Although matter can be thought of as a completely deprived of form, in the actual state we never find matter except as actuated by some form. Therefore, for Bonaventure, prime matter is a logical thing. By its own nature, is mere possibility. It becomes actuality by the form distinct from it. According to Bonaventure, prime matter is from the moment of creation provided with a form and is thereby determined. The question that arises at this point is whether it has been determined from the beginning to a perfect actuality, or in other words, did God create all things in the finished conditions in which they are now, or is creation a gradual process? Bonaventure follows the Augustinian doctrine of rationes seminales. He says, prime matter, raw and unformed, was created embodying the four elements mixed and confused. But from that matter, in the interval of 6 days, the genera of corporal beings were formed, each according to its species. Thus, corporal matter was created from the first day, and during the successive days, the distinction of bodies by means of their forms was progressively made. Matter was neither deprived of full form, not yet constituted in all its forms. At this stage, we have sensible things having forms, but this is not sufficient to satisfy their potency, which demanded other ulterior forms. Matter is in a condition similar to heterogeneity or confusion, in which none of the members are defined, but from which all can develop. Since matter could be determined only by its form, Bonaventure had to define such an informing principles. So, even at the beginning of time, when the matter was directly created by God, it was created with a cover of some form. In other words, corporal matter was never a formless and inert mass, because the first form from which was given to it from the beginning of the time was light as the active principle. At this point, we must consider two positions that Bonaventure discusses concerning light. The first we may call a broadly Aristotelian position, one eventually adopted by Thomas Aquinas, and the second, a broadly Augustinian position advocated by Robert Grosseteste. According to the first, light is simply an accidental form, one found in degrees in different bodies. But according to the second, light is a substance, or at least a substantial form, which confers extension and visibility on physical things. The fundamental characteristics of light is that of being the most active of all corporeal forms, so much that it was considered almost an intermediary between the corporeal forms and spiritual ones. Light is the first form which actuates bodies, which gives them extension, because of its spreading, its capacity of multiplying, dragging the passive matter and inert matter with itself, and preparing them to receive any other form. It also gives all other forms stability and operative capability. Light cannot therefore be simply an accidental form, but a substantial form. Bonaventure discussed the possibility that light is a substance because it is purely active. But if it were a substance in its own right, it would be God and not a creature. Even though we could say that light is analogous to the divine light, and light is more analogous to God himself than any other physical creature, it could not be affirmed that there is an existing body whose substance is light itself. Bonaventure says, light and light rays, if we consider strictly what originates from light, are neither bodies nor do they flow from bodies. We could speak similarly about light and as pure form. No corporal and spiritual being is a pure form, but is rather made up of prime matter and form united. God alone is an exception, for he is a pure form or pure act. All other beings are composed of matter and form. God is properly light, as Augustine says. God is properly light, and whatever approaches more closely to him has more the nature of light. That is to say, all bodies are extended, and extension supposes a material body. Hence, no body can be a mere form without matter, and since light is a form, no body could have as its essence a form purely luminous. Light is to be thought of as a form actuating a body and not existing apart except in our thought. Bonaventure does allow, however, that light is a substantial form and is the substantial form that is concomitant with the mass of matter in its primordial state. In this originating condition, light gave the mass of matter its extension and visibility, and the hierarchy of heavenly bodies corresponds to the hierarchy of things capable of partaking either more or less in the light that renders bodies active and extended. For Bonaventure, then light is a substantial form, but only the partial perfection of any given physical substance, whether celestial or terrestrial. Since Bonaventure endorsed the general claim that there is a plurality of substantial forms within any composite thing, his doctrine of light really means that light is the first form, endowing each thing with extension and preparing the way for further perfections, such as the forms of the elements or forms of mixtures or compounds. Two distinct things can be distinguished in corporeal matter. The first confers on bodies the forms which make them elements or mixtures. The second is general and common to all bodies as such, and this form is light. If the theme of light is used by Grosseteste in the mathematical cosmological sense, then in Bonaventure it takes on connotations which are more typically aesthetic metaphysical. Bonaventure gave considerable importance to beauty as an intrinsic and fundamental aspect of the physical universe. Light itself is the principle of beauty. In one of his early works, Bonaventure considers the pulchrum as the one of the transcendental properties of the being, that is one of those properties which all the beings have in common, like the unum, the verum, and the bonum. Compared to the traditional doctrine, this was an absolute novelty which, however, Bonaventure did not dare to take up again and develop in the future. In the Breviloquium, only 3 transcendental properties of the being are actually indicated. Bonaventure, however, indicates 6 other properties of the things created which derive from the impression of order and harmony which God wanted to give the world, and which therefore are resolved in a certain way in aesthetic values. In Itinerarium Mentis in Deum, he speaks of the 7-fold testimony of created things about the power, wisdom, and goodness of the God. Among them, he puts the beauty of things with respect to the diversity of lights, images, and colors in bodies. The fact is, however, significant because it indicates a characteristic dimension of his speculative behavior. The first impression which the sensitive world produces in whoever perceives it is an impression of beauty, of sweetness, of healthiness. In Bonaventure's opinion, all knowledge came from sensation, but every sensation is not a simple act of apprehension of the external object, because it is accompanied by the feeling of pleasure, which is something instinctive and prior to any reasoning. Beauty, that is the sensitive value of things, in particular, does not only exist in relation to a feeling or to an emotive state of the subject who is feeling, but it has an objective basis in things because it corresponds to the qualities which belong to their nature. These qualities are proportion and luminosity. Proportion makes up the qualitative and numerical aspect. Proportion makes up the quantitative and numerical aspect of the beauty of the world, whereas luminosity is the qualitative aspect. The two aspects are complementary, but go back to a common origins, the idea of an ordered world in accordance with mathematical relationships which originate from the biblical book of wisdom. Light is therefore the principle of the mathematical structure of the universe. It was the first thing created by God, and because of its capacity for spreading and multiplying, it produced all other existing things. At the same time, because light itself is the principle of beauty, it takes the intrinsic beauty of creation into account. The beauty of the created world reflects the beauty of God. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid, and thanks again to, pardon my mask, to all the speakers of today's first session of this conference. So at this point, if you're not too tired yet, I agree with you that we have earned ourselves a coffee break, which follows shortly. But I would nevertheless like to invite you to pose a question or two or three or four questions to our speakers today. If you have any concerns, issues on your mind, just speak up, raise your hand, tell me to whom you are addressing your question. Yes, Father Bill Short.
This is a question for my friend Lydia. I realized that you had to edit some of your content, but I wondered if you could just give a couple of points of what you would have said about university.
Thank you. That's a great question. Oh, I would have taken you, there's some interesting passages in the Summa's discussion of the knowledge of God about priority and posteriority and the relationship of a cause to the caused. And what the Summa says there is almost a direct quotation from Avicenna's metaphysics, which is that the cause or the thing that is prior can have a property in the way of a subject, and the caused or the posterior thing has that same property in the same way, but in the same way of an accident. So one has it because they have it in their own right, and the other has it, the caused has the property because sort of in the way that an accident has, well, depends on the subject. In other words, the accident wouldn't have the property if it wasn't in the subject or in the substance. So the argument there, they're calling this a kind of analogy, but the interesting point that comes out of this is that the priority and posteriority relationship allows for a kind of agreement in the nature of the quality, being exhibited by both finite and infinite, or God and being. And in that sense, the creature gives a sort of limited glimpse into the infinite, but it does seem to me to kind of edge in the direction of univocity. And the reason that's interesting and important is that it links to the idea that, the divine ideas are patterns for creatures. And so the fact that, you have an instantiation there allows for the possibility of, seeing some aspect of the nature of God through the instantiation of the idea. But it's that discussion of cause and effect, priority, posteriority, and the agreement in the quality exhibited between the two that kind of allows for a way of thinking about univocity, or a kind of direct window into understanding God there. I don't know if that answered. Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
All right, any more questions?
I do. Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah.
So sorry, because hi. Yeah, I have questions for everyone. So, but maybe we don't want me asking too many questions. Just so since Lydia has already answered one question, maybe I can ask a question to Ingrid. So, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. So, I was just curious why you say you mentioned the fact that in Grosseteste light plays a mostly mathematical role. It's true that in De Luce the approach is mathematical, but yet I think it's pretty much metaphysical, the implications that you have, especially if you consider also the other two texts in which Grosseteste talks about light. So the motu corporali et luce and the lineis. So the angulis, lineis, and figuris. I think this is the right order. So in turn, Bonaventure, yes, it's metaphysical, but I would say what is missing there, in Grosseteste, is the theological importance of the thing, because apart from a few passages in the Hexameron, it seems to me, but this is my impression, that Grosseteste is mostly interested in natural philosophy and trying to adapt its interests, not very well refined philosophically, to metaphysics. So I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more about your impressions that might be completely different from mine, of course. It's just interpretation. Thank you. I hope you've heard what I've asked. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you are right. In this paper, I try to outline only the De Luce and the De Veritate of Grosseteste and similar points to Bonaventure. But behind all the reasoning of Grosseteste lies God. Also in De Luce, there is a biblical story of creation, fiat lux, and so on. So I don't say that there is, how do I say? Grosseteste is some kind of a beginner of modern science, and he refuses God action. On the contrary, he puts some elements like light in the biblical Aristotelian sense, and they are together with the Bible and the Christian revelation, they become some unity of his knowledge. So I wasn't clear enough, and in his Hexameron, he talks much about light, also similar things as in the Luce too.
Thank you. No, you were clear. I mean, my fault. So sorry,
No.
but thank you very much. It was a brilliant talk. So thanks for your answer too.
Yeah, thanks for the elucidation, Ingrid. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
I have a little question to our Franziska van Buren. Yes, and I'm interested in about John Scott and your note 3 or 4 to compare Bonaventura's meaning of individuality of form, individual form with John Scott. May you explain a little more what is the similar and what is the difference between two great thinkers?
Yeah, that's definitely a very important question and one which I have in other places delved into more deeply. So I think that like the kind of distinction that Bonaventure is intending between his singular form, that is his seminal reason, and the universal form is similar to the kind of distinction that Duns Scotus makes between his forma individualis and the common nature, although it's not explicitly named in Bonaventure. So it's clear that Bonaventure means something like Duns Scotus that's neither real nor conceptual, but he doesn't give it a nice, neat name. So that's one dissimilarity between the two. And then the other is that clearly for Duns Scotus, being is given to the individual, not to the universal. So in a way, it's kind of like you have a similar relationship between the common name and the individual form as you have in Bonaventure between the universal form and the seminal reason, but the weight of being is placed differently in each of them. In Duns Scotus, it's placed on the individual, whereas in Bonaventure, it's placed on the universal. Does that answer your question? Okay, great.
Right? Any more questions? Nicola, speak up.
I mean, so I can ask another one. So yeah, to Lydia now. Lydia, thank you very much for your fantastic talk, as always. So I was just wondering, I mean, among the ideas that God may have, and he has many, as you know, there is one idea that is sometimes problematic, and is the idea of prime matter. So I had the impression, but I haven't worked on that in the Franciscan tradition, they're more prone to admitting that God has an idea of prime matter, even though, I mean, there are many problems with the very possibility of having an idea of something that is completely unrelated to form in its own existence, even though related in the compound. While with Dominicans, and I mean, mainly with the Dominican of the 13th century, Thomas Aquinas, you have a very different approach to the problem and a different solution, which is to find ways for God to know prime matter, although not directly. So I was wondering if my impression is grounded, and basically if also the Franciscans discussed about the problem of God knowing prime matter, having an idea of prime matter, or if it's something that arises later in the tradition.
Thank you, Nicola. I don't know if you can hear or see me or anything like that. We are really going to test my memory of the table of contents and all the different things that the Summa Hollensis discusses. I feel pretty sure that somewhere in there is a discussion of God knowing prime matter, and the answer is likely yes, and that there is this kind of substantiality or thinginess to this thing that isn't really there. But I have to admit, I can't go from memory on this, and I'll have to get back to you. But it actually, while you're here and while I'm here, there was a question that well, kind of arises for you from my paper, if that's okay, because the Summa Hollandis never says, to my knowledge, that matter is the principle of individuation, but that is what it sort of seems to, well, and in fact, it doesn't explain what it means by saying that the multiplicity of divine ideas arises from creatures. And so I wondered if you had done any work on this topic and might be able to confirm my impression that this is what it's saying, matter is the principle of individuation, rather than divine ideas being the principle of individuation, which is the later view. It seems to me that it's really in flux in this period. They definitely don't think matter is the principle of individuation in the way that Thomas Aquinas thinks that matter is the principle of individuation, but they seem to be trying to sort out. Yeah, so I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer either, because I'm focusing on other there are many problems related to matter, as you know very well, in the Middle Ages, especially the 13th century. So I decided not to work on the problem of individuation. But of course, I mean, I could just reply by saying that probably in the early 13th century is also a matter of sources and the way they treated those sources, because the problem, of course, the problem that we use, the standardized problem, which is Aquinas' way as always. I mean, it's seen sometimes in the Middle Ages, in medieval philosophy, is just applying Aquinas to everything else. But I mean, of course, Aquinas is very different and unique, and a minor figure regarding, if we count now the positions and where he is placed in many positions about the discussion at the time. So you have, when you were asking your question regarding divine ideas, what occurs to me, and I'm sorry to say his name out loud, is of course in Gabriel of Sebron, because there you have matter not posited as principle of the individuality of the thing, so principle of individuation, but rather as principle of multiplication, which of course you can read as implying each other, because of course, if it multiplies, it individuates. No, I mean, from the universality that Francisca was referring to, that you have this function performed. But yeah, I mean, it's a horizon of meaning which is completely incompatible with Aristotelianism. So I mean, but this is just one thing. So yeah, basically, I would say that in many occasions, it seems to me that they were trying and explore the four possibilities mentioned by Boethius regarding individuation. So in many different ways. In some cases, this is hypertrophic, like with Bacon. No, and there you have a complete series of individual forms together with a complete series of universal forms within each and every compound, and all of them, this series accompanied by matters, specific universal individual matters, each for every form. So this is now maybe the most excessive way in which you can try and justify that everything is in its own way, I mean, individual, yet connected ontologically, profoundly, to some degree of universality. So yeah, basically, I'm saying many things, but I'm not answering your question. So sorry for this.
You perfectly answered my question, because the question, I would have been surprised if they were really saying that matter is the principle of individuation. And I hadn't thought of the Gabrielian possible influence, which makes a lot more sense, given that they also adhere to universal allomorphism. So that's enormously helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Thank you.
Maybe just a question for Nicola, because
Can you come closer, because I can barely hear you. So if you said that you have a question for me, yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Great. You just opened the whole subject of matter, because I think it's extremely broad, and you concentrate on the prime matter. But there is a very significant shift in the understanding of matter in Saint Bonaventure, as you know perfectly well, because in Aristotle, you can't really think about the matter without quantitate, without quantity in some sense. And actually the whole shift is actually the matter is now considered as pure potentiality. So you can have potentiality and this can be matter, and you don't have to have the quantity. And that's actually even the human soul, as you know. I mean, these are very basic things that you all know. You also have potentiality, you have matter, because even the spiritual soul is composed from the matter and formed from this sense. So you have very different layers and different significations of matter. Maybe you can elaborate a bit more on that, because I think there's really, that's a problem. I think this is a general problem with Saint Bonaventure, because he takes the concepts of Aristotle, but he's got a very special hermeneutics. That's why I like very much the Aristotelian account, because I think he really takes Aristotle was the one who was actually the interpreter of the world at that time. And then he says, that's the revelation. We have the whole Augustine and the Platonic tradition, but how can actually we get into dialogue with this explanation of the world? And then you have to push certain things, and you have the perfect answers when you have no and yes at the same time. At the same time with the soul, is there, soul is separate from the body? It's not, both, because at the same time. So I just wanted to broaden up a bit. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I mean, well, with Bonaventure in general, with the discussion during those years, I think that especially regarding allomorphism, there you have in the Latin tradition the beginning of a real metaphysics, full-fledged metaphysics. You don't have it before. And it's exactly this separation and distinction that you have between a metaphysical matter, so pure potency, which functions within the compound, but metaphysically, from secondary matter, which is a composite, right? It's a compound of matter and form. And there you have, of course, quantity, there you have all accidents, and that is the matter, so to say, of the physical world as substrate of endurance when substantial change happens. Well, the Franciscan tradition actually is what I really believe what began this process of actually looking at things, for trying to find a way to properly and plainly interpret Aristotle by appropriating his philosophy within the Latin tradition, which is, I mean, with people like the Summa Hallensis, with Bonaventure, with Rufus, with in its own weird way, also with Roger Bacon. So basically, yes, if I can just go back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, and to that person in Gabriel and the Fons Vitae, and the importance of that work, of course, that it was bound to Augustine. But again, Augustine read through the eyes of a different approach to allomorphism, metaphysics. What happens is, of course, universal allomorphism, a terrible label for a fantastic and very clear doctrine. Universal allomorphism allows these people like Bonaventure to indeed use matter, I think a spiritual matter for angels and souls, use matter as something far wider, far more profound than Aristotle's notion of matter. In Aristotle, if we take any text about Aristotle in the Latin Middle Ages, you have matter performing two functions, and these are the two functions that matter performs for Augustine. So basically, it's potency within the compound, and is the substrate of physical endurance when substantial change happens. With universal allomorphism, you have something different. With universal allomorphism, matter becomes central, although in its own way, again, becomes central for God's design of the world. Matter becomes not the substrate of physical existence as such, but the substrate of created existence. And this is, you have this thing growing slowly since Gundisalinus at the very least, with the later Middle Ages. So in the 12th century, maybe you don't know Gundisalinus. Unfortunately, I had to work on that guy for years, but it was the translator of the Fons Vitae, translator of Avicenna, one of the first philosophers, the first actually Latin philosopher to elaborate these two doctrines together. And since there you have matter in this tradition of considering matter as a common denominator for all created beings, angels and squirrels alike, that I think is one of the most striking examples of how refined a theory of isomorphism can be regarding both metaphysics, natural philosophy, and theology. So this is I don't know, I mean, if you wanted me to expand on one direction, so I've expanded just one. But yes, Bonaventure, my point is Bonaventure is for sure central in this story, as it is the Franciscan tradition, but also the Dominicans, as Lydia showed in other of her contributions regarding universal isomorphism at the very beginning of that debate. So I hope I've answered, at least in part, to your question. So
Thank you. Great.
thank you.
You've answered more than perfectly, Nicola. So do we have any more questions? No. I think not, right? So I thank you once again to all the speakers, to you, Nicola, to Lydia, to Francisca, and to Ingrid. And I'm closing this first session and inviting you all to a coffee break.
Can we continue, Nina? Can we continue at 12:45?
Quarter past, yeah.
Oh, are you? Yeah.
All that I wanted to do was a little bit of work that you also question on for probably suspect material statistic of I'm just interested to see, how much of this is extreme. Kind of full blown Zeus in here. How much is there? And how early it's Just say something. Few words. Maybe present your research in a very general way. Maybe at the end. Is that okay for you? Yeah, sure. Maybe.
Yeah, we both.
Words from you. No, it's not a problem.
Okay. Sure. I'm gonna bring my makeup.
What are you doing?
Are you ready? I'm here. Oh, wow.
Dura.
We can start with our second session on this international conference at 800th anniversary of St. Bonaventure. I will moderate these three. It's a shorter session, and the first speaker will be Branko Klun, my colleague here at our faculty. He studied theology and philosophy in Rome and Vienna, and since then we are teaching here together. And he's occupying himself especially with the metaphysics and all necessary philosophical disciplines that our students have to study. Please, Jan.
My time to talk expired, right? So just go on. Okay. Thank you very much. I have three questions. My questions are far broader than the time that I have at my disposal. So I'm going to be happy if you just understand the questions that I pose. And of course, I'm not going to give you any answers, but still, I would like to share with you a very basic question, and that how shall we actually read the texts that were written 800 years ago. And I was actually asked by the translators to write an introductory essay precisely on that subject. So I also translated, not very well, some passages from that introductory essay, because there is a general question, how should we actually, we modern contemporary men, approach these texts? And we are all feel fine when we talk among us, because we all know the terminology and so on, but how to convey all these thoughts to the people today. So how to read a text written in a historically distant period, and based on a different understanding of the world, on a different ontology. And Saint Bonaventure's view of the world is different from the understanding of the world today. I already mentioned before that he presupposes, as far as the natural world is concerned, the Aristotelian Ptolemaic cosmos. This is something that's more or less at that time taken for granted, of course, in the Platonic tradition. So, but on the other hand, we also know that he uses all these categories to convey his theological thoughts. So he lives in this world, he understands this world in this way, and then he tries to articulate his faith in these categories that they are their disposal. And today, if we today say the final cause, what do we mean by that? In science, if you say final cause is, in the modern science, Galilean science, we don't operate with final causes anymore. Why? Because we don't have an ontological concept of nature that would, because for Aristotle, they're completely different questions. How does a seed knows what to become? So it has to be, put into it, like rationes seminales or whatever, so that this can actually go to some direction. So the whole question of motion, as you know, is completely different. So for a medieval person, if you have a motion, then you have to have a cause. And this cause is always something that attracts the motion. So it's a sort of finality. And today we say, you just don't experience the world in such a way. So if Saint Bonaventure was fascinated, and he said, well, that's precisely, the good of the things, because the God put into the reality, and we see the harmony, and today we don't see this anymore. We look at the world, but we experience differently. And if I say it like that, this is the question of hermeneutics, as you know. How do we interpret things? And that was the question. And as you know, phenomenology, I'm a more specialist, or I publish more at the continental philosophy of religion. You have phenomenology in the 20th century, which tried to ask the question of the approach to the world in a new way, and approach to the meaning of the world in a new way. So you also have a very good philosopher, at the Institut Catholique de Paris, Emmanuel Falk. We know each other personally, and he also came to us to Ljubljana. And he actually started his way, philosophical, very successful way, by commenting the Breviloquium and Saint Bonaventure in a phenomenological manner, taking his ideas from Jean-Luc Marion, who was his supervisor of the PhD dissertation. And the question was, can we actually approach Saint Bonaventure in a new way? In a phenomenological way, because this is the matter of method. And phenomenology has got a certain, how shall I say, categories which are used. And so for me, it was the question, did actually Emmanuel Falk succeed in doing that? And at the same time, very general question, what to do with this text today? Outside from the scientific community of those who are the elite and who possess the knowledge of reading them. So I think it's better that I just speak freely because I wrote certain things, but yeah. So what Falk tried, he said, well, we have so many similarities in Saint Bonaventure with Heidegger and with Husserl. Why don't we do that? So he said, like, you have the reductio, we translate now the reductio, the reduction of the arts to the theology. Is this not something that has to do with the phenomenological reduction, which is a very central concept for Husserl? It means precisely that we try to reduce that what we see, what we experience, to our way of experiencing and experience the meaning of the reality. So now how the meaning is constituted. Because if I say something, even if I say God, the meaning of God has to be constituted in my lived experience. And this is precisely what phenomenological reduction is, or what in general phenomenology is about. How to make a step from the theoretical observation of the world, when you say, even if you take the concept of God, we all know that this is the problem. If you say God, but God becomes its meaning, lived meaning, enacted meaning, within my lived reality, within my lived life, within my lived existence. Sometimes I say to my students, it's like if a father abandoned his child still knows that there is a father. But this father doesn't really happen in his life. So the meaning is constituted in a very different way. So even if someone would say, I would prove the existence of God, so it's theoretically proven, but it doesn't really enter into your life. So it doesn't really happen into your life. In your life, it means the meaning is not constituted in your life. Or, of course, the meaning is constituted, but it's constituted is something that's missing, that's away, that's not really present. So that's actually the phenomenological reduction, if I put it like that. So, so what Falks is doing, he's just trying to say, well, and of course, the whole discussion is also with Heidegger, because Heidegger says, the whole West metaphysics was about ontotheology, was about, the first cause and the supreme being, and that's actually rude, because you just try to put God as a fundament of something that's stable, and then you have your own security and so on. So, but as a matter of fact, Falk says, and rightly so, this is not the case. Firstly, there is no substantiation of God, or God is not only a substance, but also a substantive stuff. It's like you always have this inaccessibility and so on. So he tries to say it has nothing to do with ontotheology. And then he would also say, there is a preference of how over what. That means there is not the theoretical meaning on the forefront, but there is more like how something is happening in your life. And he would say the preference of relation over substance. Even if you talk about divine persons, as you know, you can't think of them as substances. And you have to, that's precisely why hypostasis, was created because you have a different ontology. You just can't take, the Aristotelian substance and then say, I'm going to describe the triune God in that. So that's also fine. He also says how God enters into philosophy, into theology. Heidegger asked how God entered into philosophy, and Heidegger is very critical about that. He would say, well, God entered into philosophy because they needed him as a final justification. So it is a sort of desacralized God. It's something that's not divine anymore. So Falk could say, well, but actually this God is, God entered into theology as Trinity, as the Holy Trinity. And that's true. As you know, that's the point of departure for St. Bonaventure. We start with that actually we already have the Trinitarian world. We don't start with the world, like Thomas Aquinas, but we already start from the revelation. And of course, there have to be traces of the Trinity, which is already there, already revealed itself and so on. So that's all fine. But I have some problems with that because I think, and of course, Falk has done a lot of progress since then, because this was really a very early work of him. This comes too short. I mean, it doesn't. It's like you sort of compare things and you say you can use the phenomenological terminology, but it's not really convincing. So I would say we need another reduction. We need another phenomenological reduction. That's what I was trying to say. And what's this reduction? It's a very general one. It would be to ask, what are the basic human experiences which are still present today and which were present at the time of St. Bonaventure that can actually make you understand what he was understanding and feeling and believing at that time. So the whole question of transcendentals, and you know that unum verum bonum, it's not in such a way, because the whole doctrine of transcendentals has been elaborated, was elaborated later. But the way of experiencing world, the world which has an inherent goodness, it's something that can still be reenacted, relived today. And the world has an inherent intelligibility. This is still something that can be actualized today. So what I was trying to say is to make a step, even back. What are the basic human experiences? They would allow for an interpretation. They would say, well, even if I don't see, even if I don't see this trinity of causes, efficient cause, exemplary cause, final cause, this is already, something that reflects the trinity behind. But I still have a possibility to experience this world as being intelligible in a way, even the modern science would never say there is no intelligibility, because this would be self-refuting. It's just a different intelligibility. It just, So the same thing about goodness. If you say, there is extinction of species and so on, we already have value judgments. So we already have some presupposition of what is good and what is not good. So we all can actually, in a certain sense, relive or reenact the questions or the motives or the basic affectivity, I would even say, of St. Bonaventure today, but we have to translate and to articulate it in a different way. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Blanco, for your clear and vivacious presentation of phenomenology. And I invite, as a second speaker of a second session, my confrère, Edward Kovacs, who studied and worked in Institut Catholique de Paris et de Toulouse, studied Paris, taught Toulouse, and here in our faculty. And he will present us l'herméneutique biblique de Saint Bonaventure dans la pensée de Paul Ricoeur. La parole est à toi.
Merci beaucoup, cher frère Miran, que tu m'as permis que je honore aussi l'université où Saint Thomas et Saint Bonaventure ont enseigné. Ça veut dire l'université de Paris. Mais en même temps, il faut dire qu'il y a quand même une grande différence entre Saint Thomas et Saint Bonaventure. Vous ne voyez pas une grande différence à Ljubljana parce que vous pouvez voir au portail de la cathédrale Saint Bonaventure et Saint Thomas. Et vous pouvez voir aussi dans l'église franciscaine, parce que nous sommes écuméniques, voilà, Saint Bonaventure et Saint Thomas aussi. Et pourtant, il y a une grande différence dans le style de la pensée, parce que nous voyons que Saint Thomas, il présente un sommet spéculatif, peut-être un des sommets au Moyen-Âge, mais il savait donner les prédications formidables, prédications universitaires, qui étaient une forme de la littérature philosophique et théologique. Et pourtant, il n'a jamais appris le français, il n'a jamais osé prêcher pour le peuple. Et au contraire, Saint Bonaventure, il a aimé le peuple tellement qu'il s'est converti aussi à la langue vulgaire qui était le français. Et même aujourd'hui, son église à Lyon est très fréquentée de Saint Bonaventure et Saint Thomas reste au sommet de l'architecture du Moyen-Âge à Toulouse. Donc, si vous voulez, je voudrais quand même montrer de quelle manière Saint Bonaventure a été prédécesseur de l'herméneutique moderne. Voilà. Bien sûr, ce sera une entreprise ridicule de dire voilà, qu'il s'agit de la même chose, mais il y a quand même quelques éléments par lesquels on peut dire comment les personnes géniales peuvent se rencontrer. Et donc, il y a deux penseurs géniaux qui sont Saint Bonaventure et Paul Ricoeur. Et donc, je ne voudrais pas rentrer dans une leçon sur herméneutique, mais il faut quand même mentionner que dans l'herméneutique moderne, en général, c'est accepté la position de Wilhelm Dilthey, qu'il y a une grande différence entre l'explication et la compréhension. Par exemple, jadis, on a pensé qu'à partir du moment où on va l'expliquer la naissance de quelque chose, on va trouver déjà le sens. Ce n'est pas vrai. Nous connaissons la raison historique, comment la géographie est née. Donc, il y avait le déluge de fleuve Nil. Et pourtant, cette explication de la naissance de la géographie n'est pas encore la compréhension de la géographie, l'essence de la géographie. Donc, il y a une grande différence. Et pourtant, et c'est ici où Paul Ricoeur est très attentif, il a dit, mais quand même, vous savez, l'explication, si vous faites l'explication grammaticale, linguistique, ça vous rend possible la compréhension. C'est le commencement de la compréhension. Et au contraire, la compréhension, peut-être l'expérience mystique, la compréhension des textes bibliques va vous donner aussi une formidable explication. Donc, ça veut dire, Paul Ricoeur, vous savez, c'est ça qui est génial chez lui, que ses adversaires deviennent les alliés. Et donc, les théories qui sont polémiques chez lui peuvent dialoguer. Et donc, vous voyez, ce dialogue, c'est aussi l'esprit de Saint Bonaventure, l'esprit franciscain. Et donc,
ce qui est intéressant maintenant, c'est que la question est telle, au nom de quoi on va faire la réconciliation entre l'explication et la compréhension? Au nom de quoi? Et Paul Ricoeur dit, cela sera un compromis. Mais tous les compromis ne sont pas malheureux. Il y a les compromis qui sont heureux. Il y a aussi les compromis intellectuels qui sont heureux. Et donc, il va dire, Paul Ricoeur, cela va arriver par une bonne volonté. Et c'est quelque chose d'intéressant. Et ici, pourquoi je me suis rapproché de Paul Ricoeur, qui était un ami d'Emmanuel Levinas. Il dit, la compréhension s'offre à toi, même si tu n'es pas scientifique, si tu es prêt de te convertir au texte. Ça veut dire la conversion éthique donne la possibilité, donne la disponibilité intellectuelle de comprendre le sens du texte. Ça veut dire un accès honnête, honnêtement intellectuel, honnête, te donne la possibilité de la compréhension. Et donc, parce qu'on parle de sens biblique, n'est-ce pas? Nous voyons qui peut comprendre la Bible. On sait, celui qui est prêt de changer sa vie. Voilà. Et Paul Ricoeur dit aussi, c'est pas possible ce que disent les herméneutiques contemporains maintenant, voilà, qu'il faut se déshabiller et tout nu rentrer dans le texte. Non, ce n'est pas possible. Moi, je mets un vêtement. Au lieu de faire semblant que je suis nu dans la Bible, il faut que je reconnaisse, oui, j'ai les vêtements. Voilà. Ça veut dire j'ai un héritage avec lequel je rentre dans le texte. Et donc, Saint Bonaventure va dire aussi, quelle est la clé herméneutique pour entrer dans la Bible? Il dit, c'est Jésus-Christ. Saint Bonaventure, il a une magnifique prédication universitaire, vous n'avez qu'un seul maître. Il a dit, la croyance à Jésus-Christ, que c'est Jésus-Christ qui te parle dans les textes, même dans les textes de l'Ancien Testament, c'est une clé herméneutique qui te donne la possibilité de comprendre le texte. Et si tu t'es converti éthiquement à Jésus-Christ, n'est-ce pas? Il dit aussi, c'est pourquoi les pauvres gens qui ne sont pas cultivés, ils peuvent comprendre aussi les textes parce qu'ils ont la base. Ils ont la base de la conversion éthique. Et ce qui est formidable, n'est-ce pas? Il ne dit pas qu'ils sont nus, mais ils ont la disponibilité de la révélation. C'est pourquoi Saint Bonaventure, selon Saint François, il parle aussi de la pauvreté. Ça veut dire ce que contemporains disent désappropriation. Ça veut dire de se désapproprier de sa connaissance, accepter dans l'humilité sa disponibilité d'accepter un nouveau sens, le sens de la compréhension. Et donc, maintenant, ce qui est formidable, vous voyez, il faut dire qu'il y a quand même quelque chose qui est comparable, et c'est aussi la question de la communauté, qui peut comprendre, qui est capable de comprendre la Bible. Et donc, Paul Ricoeur, il a écrit 3 tomes, le tome et récit, et sa notion, c'est l'intrigue de la narrativité. Donc, l'exégète, il faut accepter que c'est Paul Ricoeur qui nous a introduit à l'exégèse narrative et qu'il a dépassé l'exégèse historico-critique. Donc, de quoi il s'agit? Quand il y a un récit, voilà, ça veut dire qu'il y a une narrativité, il y a l'intrigue, ça veut dire quelqu'un qui raconte l'histoire, il nous prend par la main, il nous amène dans une autre époque, dans un autre lieu, contexte, et nous avons le sentiment, la conscience que nous sommes capables de vivre cette époque-là, ce lieu-là, ce moment-là. Et ce sont deux qui expliquent de telle manière aussi, ou la scène chez les protestants, ou l'Eucharistie. Ça veut dire, c'est par l'intrigue de la narrativité que nous rentrons dans la célébration ou dans la mémoire eucharistique. Et donc, ce qui est intéressant maintenant, c'est, je dis pas c'est une ironie, mais c'est l'humour de Dieu, et les théologiens sont capables, et les philosophes aussi, d'un humour. Ça veut dire que Paul Ricoeur, il est de la tradition de la Réforme, la tradition calviniste, la tradition luthérienne, protestant, et pourtant, il opte de la compréhension catholique de la Bible. Ça veut dire, il développe dans son livre l'herméneutique biblique qu'il n'y a que la communauté vivante qui lit ensemble la Bible, elle est seule capable de comprendre d'une manière authentique la Bible. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire qu'il y a une intrigue de la communauté d'une parole vivante, parce que l'évangile que nous avons, c'est une parole vivante, c'est déjà une compréhension, c'est déjà une explication, et c'est la communauté qui partage la parole Jésus, la parole vivante, la communauté vivante. Et c'est pourquoi la tradition, ce n'est pas que la tradition doctrinale, mais c'est la tradition liturgique, la tradition de la communauté vivante qui comprend l'intrigue de la narrativité de Jésus-Christ, qui comprend la Bible ou les récits dans la célébration comme la parole vivante. Et quand on comprend, quand on accepte la parole vivante, on est capable de comprendre aussi authentiquement la Bible. Et c'est ça qui est formidable. Bien sûr, il y a un problème maintenant. Il n'est pas complètement catholique parce qu'il n'accepte pas le sacrifice. Et pourtant, vous savez, il y a aussi l'expérience, il y a les mots qui sont, les paroles qui sont au-delà des mots, des expressions. Il parle beaucoup de la responsabilité, beaucoup d'amour dans cette communauté. Et qu'est-ce que c'est le sacrifice si ce n'est pas l'amour, si ce n'est pas la responsabilité? Mais ça, c'est un débat théologique, n'est-ce pas? Comme nous avons à Toulouse, nous avons demandé à Rome, est-ce qu'on peut donner Paul Ricoeur à un protestant doctorat de la théologie catholique honoris causa? Rome a répondu, la proposition louable. Donc ça va, de temps en temps, Rome, il a aussi raison. Mais j'ai fini avec une question. Paul Ricoeur dit, c'est un problème pour la théologie, c'est un problème pour l'expérience mystique. On a une révélation, mais on est seul. On a dit, bien sûr, l'expérience apophatique, l'expérience mystique, c'est l'expérience qui est la plus authentique. Mais regardez Moïse, il avait les tables, mais il était seul. Et le problème d'Aaron, il avait le peuple, il n'avait pas la vérité. Je dis, il faut faire la compréhension, la compréhension heureuse, et cette compréhension est le rapport personnel à Jésus-Christ qui se ouvre aussi aux frères et sœurs. Mon Dieu, vous êtes formidables. Merci pour votre patience.
Merci beaucoup pour ta présentation. Thank you very much for your presentation, Edie. And in this, our short session, I just look to have an opportunity to present three friends of mine, one colleague in studies and teaching, one master myself, my teacher, and one my student, ex-student, who is now also a scientist, he's a researcher, Robert Kral. He did his doctorate in Salamanca on Saint Teresa of Avila. And since he's coming from Salamanca, no, from Ljubljana, but from that places from Saint Teresa of Avila, it is very fitting that he presents us his paper in Spanish. Please, Roberto, can you come and tell us about Saint Teresa of Avila and Bonaventure in dialogue?
Bueno, muchas gracias por la palabra. Voy a hacer una breve presentación es decir, del posible diálogo entre San Buenaventura y Santa Teresa de Ávila. Pues ya sabemos que ellos pertenecen a dos épocas totalmente distintas, pero se puede, digamos, de una manera observar que hay puntos de contacto entre ellos. Tenemos que tener en cuenta que Santa Teresa, pues a pesar de vivir 300 años después de San Buenaventura, su mundo espiritual se basa profundamente en la teología y simbología medieval. Por eso nos va a interesar cómo si hay posible influencia de San Buenaventura en los escritos de la santa. Es decir, en primer lugar, en los escritos de Santa Teresa no encontramos alusiones o las citas directas, explícitas del doctor seráfico. Pues ella era una mujer, no podía estudiar en la universidad, pero la santa era autodidacta. Eso significa que leyó mucho, es decir, ella aprendía de libros de otros autores. Y por eso pudo encontrar el nombre y también un poco de pensamiento san buenaventuriano en otros libros. Y ahora vamos a ver cuáles son esos libros. La santa en una época, en un tiempo de crisis personal, cuando ya fue gravemente enferma a sus 23 años, ella topó con un libro de un famoso franciscano en España, en Castilla en aquel tiempo. Es un libro de Francisco de Osuna. Y este libro se llama El Tercer Abecedario Espiritual, y pues dejó una huella muy profunda en Santa Teresa. En esta época ella no sabía cómo proceder en la oración, lo dice misma. No voy a citar ahora porque no tenemos tiempo, pero dice claramente que ella tomó este libro como por su maestro, es decir, como una especie de maestro y lo leía repetidamente. Más veces lo leía, tomaba los apuntes y así podemos estar casi seguros que ella ahí encontró el nombre San Buenaventura, porque Osuna en su libro lo cita 7 veces y lo menciona el nombre 12 veces. Pero, claro, pues él se refiere a un libro que en aquella época, es decir, a la mística teología, que en aquella época, pues, se atribuía al doctor seráfico, pero como hoy sabemos, lo escribió Hugo de Palma. Por otra parte, podemos estar seguros que ella conocía el nombre San Buenaventura. Eso es casi indudable. Pero es muy poco probable que ella leyese sus libros en la traducción castellana. Eso es muy poco probable. podía ojear, por ejemplo, Soliloquium, que se publicó en traducción castellana en 1517 y en 1525. Las ediciones castellanas de Triplici Via ya son muy tardías. Ya ella, pues eso fue como en 1571 y 66, que es como 10 o 5 años antes su muerte. Y en aquella época ya fue ella muy ocupada con sus fundaciones de los monasterios y es poco probable que ella leyese esos libros. Bien, ella también podría entrar en contacto con San Buenaventura a través de otro autor que yo aquí no he podido trabajar, revisar su libro, pero es también un libro influyente, se llama Subida del Monte Sión, que es del autor Bernardino de Laredo. Este libro también influyó en pensamiento de Santa Teresa. Bien, voy a ir a segunda parte ahora y voy a hacer una pequeña traducción. Voy a intentar hacer una comparación entre De Triplici Via, que es una obra importante, una obra, podemos decir, mistagógica de San Buenaventura y de otros escritos de Santa Teresa, por ejemplo, de Camino de Perfección y del Libro de la Vida. En general, Santa Teresa usa la nomenclatura tripartita cuando se refiere al proceso místico y habla de los principiantes, aprovechados y de los perfectos. Es una terminología que ella toma por ejemplo, de esos libros que he mencionado, de Osuna y de Laredo, pero estos franciscanos, porque los dos eran franciscanos, claro, lo tomaban de San Dionisio y de Buenaventura, supuestamente. También quiero recordar que ella no está, es decir, la santa no está interesada en la terminología. Ella quiere simplemente describir su experiencia espiritual. Por eso no le interesan esos términos, por ejemplo, tampoco los usa, vía purgativa, vía iluminativa, vía unitiva. Eso no vamos a encontrar en sus escritos, pero ella claramente describe esas 3 etapas del proceso místico. Por ejemplo, en Camino distingue 3 maneras de orar: es oración vocal, oración mental y contemplación, que de una manera equivaldrían a la tipología clásica medieval que encontramos en San Buenaventura, que es meditatio, oratio y contemplatio. Pero claro, aquí también se puede observar diferencias. Voy a hacer ahora un poco unos puntos de contacto que yo encontré en sus escritos. Tengo todavía 5 minutos. Es decir, en el primer capítulo de Triplex Via, Buenaventura habla del meditatio. Se trata en realidad de un camino. Él propone un camino ascético que consiste sobre todo en un proceso de purificación, purgatio, o de examen de conciencia. Son el primer capítulo, de 3 a 9, son los párrafos. Y según él, el mal se manifiesta en 3 actitudes principales, que son negligencia, concupiscencia y inequitía. Y ahora bien, Santa Teresa en la primera parte del camino también se enfrenta con esas actitudes humanas que hay que purificarlas. Y es interesante el primer y segundo capítulo, donde trata de la flaqueza humana. Y esa equivaldría, por ejemplo, a negligencia de San Buenaventura. Luego, también a Santa Teresa le parece muy problemático el amor espiritual, el amor sensual. Y eso podría ser como en San Buenaventura, él usa una expresión que es concupiscencia. Y luego, en Santa Teresa es un tema que es bastante problemático, es decir, un problema, se trata de la honra, es decir, ella usa se trata de los fenómenos que están muy arraigados en aquella sociedad. Es decir, hay que respetar a otros, son muchos esos títulos que hay que respetar, y eso ella quiere totalmente eliminar en su vida espiritual cuando se trata, por ejemplo, de su comunidad en los monasterios de las hermanas carmelitas. Y eso sería como en la honra, equivaldría en San Buenaventura como a nequitía. Y ahora propone ella las tres virtudes a esos tres actitudes humanas necesitadas de purificar. Y el primera virtud es deshacimiento, libertad, cuando se trata de la flaqueza humana. Luego, a amor sensual, ella propone caridad. Y a ese problema de la honra, la humildad. Yo creo que eso va un poco, es parecido a lo que a estos males San Buenaventura antepone las virtudes como vigorosidad, que es strenuitas, severitas y la bondad benignitas. Eso habla él de Triplicivia 1.8 y Pásico. Luego, lo que en esa primera parte del camino espiritual, en el primer capítulo, estamos todavía en de Triplicivia, cuando se trata de la etapa iluminativa, que se refiere, sobre todo en San Buenaventura, a la meditación de la historia personal de salvación. Aquí, pues, el hombre está llamado, según él, a la gratitud, que abarca todas las dimensiones de la persona. La afectividad, es decir, que el hombre sea, sí, que tiene esta actitud de gratuidad, es decir, de que por su cuerpo, por el mundo y todo lo demás. Y además menciona también la determinación de vivir según los consejos evangélicos. Es interesante que la Santa subraya lo mismo en su primer capítulo al camino, dice lo mismo. Es decir, voy a citar, es una cita muy breve: determiné a hacer eso poquito que era en mí, que es seguir los consejos evangélicos con toda la perfección que yo pudiese y procurar que estas poquitas que están aquí hiciesen lo mismo. Fin de la cita. Luego voy a tocar ahora el tema de esa primera parte del camino espiritual, que ya hemos tocado los principiantes, es decir, y luego purgatio, luego vía iluminativa, y ahora va San Buenaventura, habla de los perfectos. Y aquí yo creo que él subraya mucho la disponibilidad de sí mismo ante Dios. Es que que el hombre se entregue totalmente a Dios. Y en este contexto, él recalca el deseo o el anhelo, desiderio. Y este anhelo hacia Dios es insaciable, no se puede saciar en definitiva. Y algo parecido también dice Santa Teresa. Una cita muy breve del libro de la vida 13.2. Tener gran confianza porque conviene mucho no apocar los deseos, sino creer de Dios que si nos esforzamos poco a poco, aunque no sea luego, podremos llegar a los que muchos santos con su favor. Voy a concluir. Solamente pues si vamos al segundo capítulo de Triplici Via, solo menciono los temas que que subraya el doctor Seráfico, es el arrepentimiento y la oración por la misericordia. Aquí San Buenaventura habla del intercambio de los dones entre Dios y el hombre. Y es algo que pues aparece también en los escritos de la Santa, sobre todo en moradas, en las terceras moradas. Y también me gustaría pues mencionar el tema de la reverencia, que en San Buenaventura pues lo conectamos con el temor filial que también aparece en Santa Teresa. Y ahora concluyo con la cumbre de este camino espiritual, que es la contemplación. Y a través de ella el hombre viviendo en la tierra se hace el habitante del cielo. Es lo que aparece en San Buenaventura. Y por eso hay esta tensión entre ya y todavía no. Es decir, no está en el cielo, pero ya el Dios está unido al hombre. Y por eso San Buenaventura usa un término transitus. Y exacto, esta palabra usa también la Santa Teresa en vida cuando habla de unos tránsitos de muerte. Y la última frase, para San Buenaventura, en esta última etapa, es muy importante que la verdad se hace luz, que brille en la persona. Por eso habla él de una transformación de la persona. Y esa transformación ocurre, tiene lugar a través de la imitación de Cristo. Y podemos observar una paralela en los escritos de la Santa, en sus moradas séptimas, por ejemplo, cuando ella habla del matrimonio espiritual y lo describe con los símbolos abrazo, o beso o la compañía. Y lo último, concluyo, este matrimonio espiritual no excluye totalmente el temor de Dios. Es decir, el temor de Dios que esta persona se apartara de Dios, de una manera ya, sí, ya no me sale más la palabra. Bueno, yo creo que eso está todo. Muchas gracias.
We have to make a split in our sessions, as you mentioned at the end of your talk. Thank you, Robert Kral, for your presentation on St. Teresa of Avila. Unfortunately, due to technical reasons, we can use the time of our walk to the lunch and the lunchtime and the rest after the lunch for discussion among ourselves. And I invite you to join Jan Dominic and myself to follow us to all the participants to our friary, where we have lunch. And for the rest, we meet again here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for the third and the fourth session. I think we will take your computers, maybe still with you, but the rest you can leave. Yeah, we will lock the hall. Thank you very much, and let's continue it in the afternoon.